One of our topics today is related to infrastructure, and this is one of the reasons that actually our Indigenous welcome is slightly delayed. It's going to, instead of now, going to start at around 9 o'clock, and you're in for quite a treat. So we have to take the moment as it is, and therefore I wanted to start out by welcoming you to the 2024 Niagara Economic Summit. And on behalf of our Board Advisory Council's members and my colleagues, thank you for joining us today to chart a vibrant economic path for Niagara. For those of you who don't know me, my name is Mishka Balsam, and I'm the CEO of the Greater Niagara Chamber of Commerce. This year, we focus on a critical theme. How can Niagara thrive in a rapidly changing world? Our summit comprises 3 diverse panels that embody the essence of that particular theme. Today, we will explore the evolving potential of our manufacturing sector with so many great announcements that have happened in recent times. The second panel will also look at how innovation and sustainability can drive a smart and efficient housing development and what is needed in that area. And we will also highlight the vital role of multimodal transportation in connecting Niagara to global markets. Together, we will identify strategies that will help our region not only to adapt, but also to excel in this dynamic economic landscape. In addition to the engaging expert panel discussions you are going to see here today, you are among the first in Niagara to get an exclusive look at the key highlights from the Niagara Economic Development's highlighted anticipated fall update. This will give all of us invaluable insights into the economic trends shaping our region. And we're also honored to have with us our distinguished keynote speaker, Prashad Puttaganda, Vice President of Project Management for the newly established Asahi Kasei Battery Separator Canada Corporation. Prashad is leading the groundbreaking project to build a state-of-the-art battery separator manufacturing facility right here in Port Colborne. This initiative marks a major milestone in Niagara's role in the future of sustainable energy and advanced manufacturing. But really, we have come here together because we understand that we are interested in the future of this remarkable region that we call home. It's not about the hurdles in our path, but the heights we soar to overcome them. It is not about the challenges we meet, but the transformative solutions we can forge. And it's not about the limitation or that what seems out of reach. It's about the boundless possibilities we dare to envision and achieve. One of the things that you will notice at the end of each panel discussion is the last question where we ask moderator to ask panelists to saying, what are the key takeaways? What are the actionable items that we can move forward with? What are the policies that we can amend to make and create the Niagara that we want to see? So let us embark on this summit with an open mind and an unwavering commitment to action. Let us all be active participants in this endeavor to shape the better future, because in the end, it is indeed everyone's business. But none of this we can do alone. And we are really pleased to be joined today by a number of elected officials, and we want to thank them for their commitment to the business community. Shortly, Jim Bradley, Chair of the Niagara region, is going to join us. We have with us today MPP for the riding of Niagara Falls, which includes Niagara-on-the-Lake and Fort Erie as well, Wayne Gates. Mayors for the following municipalities are with us: Lincoln, Sandra Easton; Niagara-on-the-Lake, Lord Mayor Gary Zalepa; Port Colborne, Bill Steele; Thorold, Terry Ugolini; and Pelham, Marvin Junkin. In addition, we are joined by regional and municipal councillors from across Niagara. A round of applause to all of you for your unwavering support. And now it is my great honor to recognize the partners that make a day like this possible. Our title sponsor, Niagara Economic Development, Brock University, RBC, Niagara College, Walker Industries, Oakview Group, and the Niagara Association of Realtors. In addition, thank you. In addition, our partners include Civic Connect, FedCap Canada, Hatch, Hamilton Oshawa Port Authority, Innovate Niagara, KPMG, Crown Electric, M&P, Niagara Peninsula Energy Inc., Pyrethra, TD Commercial Banking, the University of Niagara Falls, YMCA of Niagara, and Bell Media, 610 CKDB and Move 105.7, Giant Shoe, Soundbox, and UTV. We could never bring us all together without you, so our thanks to you. When I look around the room, I know many of you are participating on boards and councils for the numerous organizations across Niagara and beyond. And it's my pleasure to actually thank our board at the GNCC for the unwavering support and commitment to this organization and to our mission. With us today, we have our chair, Steve Orton, with Meridian Credit Union, our vice chair, Lisa Benger, with Walker Industries, our director at large, Jeremy Dunn, with the Hamilton Oshawa Port Authority, Dr. Mark Nantel with Niagara College, Colleen Smith with First Ontario Performing Arts Centre, Dr. Barry Wright with Brock University's Goodman School of Business, and Christian Wolf with YMCA of Niagara. Thank you for all that you do. In total, at the GNCC, we have 5 advisory councils that advise us and guide us as we're moving forward. And one of the key ones in bringing together a summit is our Government Affairs Council, many of them have joined us today. And you will see on the screen all of the participants who advise us and give us feedback on policies, advocacy, interests of the business community, and how to give voice to all of it. I'm pleased to say that we are today joined here by Damien Goulburn, Michael Raas, Debbie Zimmerman, Al Simpson, and Zach Dutson. So thank you so very much for being with us. And you see a lot of familiar faces in this room, and that is acknowledging my staff and my colleagues. So if you have any questions, need some guidance, please turn to them. And they include Karina Massacott, Hugo Cheshire, Amy Lloyd, Jordan Amendolia, Brad Demias, and Anna Callaghan. Thank you so very much. And in addition, we have a lot of volunteers with us, and sometimes at the end of the conference, some of them have already left, so I thought I'm going to use the beginning of it to acknowledge them. And we have Alexis Kleiman, Bernard Cooper, Carolyn Mullen, Eric Robert, Jackie Pauline, Janet Madum, Kristen Nelson, Lenora Gilbert, Marianne Corrado, Naomi Regolini-Kurt, and Sharon Corcoran. So thank you for all for being with us. We also invite you to make use of the quiet room at Studio 6 as you're going towards the exit here. It's a peaceful space of reflection, contemplation, meditation, or prayer, whatever you need to recharge or care for your well-being. This calming environment is brought to you by the YMCA of Niagara, whose commitment to fostering inclusive and supportive environments is at the heart of all that they do. We're grateful to the YMCA for offering this and for supporting these spaces. And now it is my great pleasure to introduce to you our MC for today's summit, Michael Raas. Michael joined the GNCC's Government Affairs Council in 2018 at a time when he led the government relations for Meridian Credit Union. Michael is an Ontario government relations professional with nearly 25 years of experience at the intersection of business, politics, and public policy. He has worked in various sectors across the country, gaining broad expertise. Since January 2022, he has served as Senior Vice President of Government Relations at Council Public Affairs, managing advocacy campaigns for clients across Canada. In his community, Michael serves on the board of Wilfrid Laurier University, the Radius Child and Youth Services, a children's mental health agency, and for Career Edge, a social enterprise that provides recent graduates and new Canadians with employment opportunities through internship work placements. And he's also the chair of the Ontario Justices of the Peace Appointments Advisory Committee, which recruits and qualifies candidates to become Justices of the Peace in Ontario. And he has some very proud Niagara roots, but I'll let him talk about that. We are in very good hands, and I ask you to join me in welcoming Michael Russ.
Thank you, Mishka. Good morning, everyone. There we go. Good. Well, good to hear some energy in the room. I think the White Oaks coffee is stronger than that, so we'll try to get you a little bit more jazzed up. It is my great pleasure to be your MC today and to facilitate these important discussions as we chart a course for Niagara's economic future. My job as MC is quite simple, is to make sure that we keep the conversation moving and keep us on time. I was asked on radio this morning how I define a successful event, and I said one that ends at 3. So to keep that conversation moving, we're going to employ a little bit of technology today. Now, normally you might have expected to be asked to keep your phones off and out of sight, but we want you to keep your phones and tablets on and to be on them throughout the day. It's like giving a 12-year-old permission, I must say. We'll have some questions on our screen throughout the day, and you can also send us questions for our speakers. So to kick things off and to test the technology, let's get one going right now. So use the QR code on the screen. Good, comes up. And put in your answer to this question. If Niagara's economy was a song, which genre would it be? So answers should start showing up as soon as you get connected. Jazz, there you go. Country. Progressive rock, that's an interesting choice. Yacht rock. I guess who's from the Port Authority? I guess that's from them. Terrific. Emo. Okay, that's weird. So some interesting responses. I won't read too much into some of the answers. Any psychologists in the room can speak to that. I'm heartened by the fact that there is no one has put on the blues. Oh, it's there. Oh. So somebody needs an intervention. We need to talk to whoever put the blues in, and we'll kind of try to get them jazzed up by the end of the day. So the conversations that will take place in the next few hours will help shape the advocacy efforts of the GNCC for the future. As Mishka noted, we have many elected officials and government staff joining us today. So you can be sure that the conversations that we have today will be shared with them. There'll be participants in those conversations. And so those conversations of today will translate into the policies of tomorrow. So I'd like to open those conversations now with the Premier of Ontario. Now, he is unable to join us today. The legislature is sitting, but in recognition of Niagara's importance as a region, Premier Ford has sent a message, and he wanted you to hear this morning. So please roll.
Hi, everyone. I want to give a big shout out to everyone attending the Niagara Economic Summit. This event is a great opportunity for the region's governments, business, and labor leaders, representatives from colleges and universities. They come together to talk about opportunities to foster growth and innovation in the Niagara region. And friends, our government's always going to be here to support small businesses and to help the region attract investments and create jobs. I hope you all have a very productive summit. Wishing you all the very best, and God bless.
Thank you, Premier Ford. I think we probably can pass along a message back to him that he's certainly welcome back to Niagara region at any time, and I know he's here frequently. So now great things are possible when Niagara comes together, showcasing our strength and capabilities. With so many recent investments and so much attention from the federal and provincial governments, Niagara is on the map like never before. And here to talk a little bit about that, through video unfortunately, is Niagara Regional Chair Jim Bradley, who was unable to join us this morning, but has offered his opening message on behalf of the Niagara region, regional government. So we'll play that now.
Good morning, and thank you for allowing me a few moments to address you today. I'm sorry I'm unable to be with you in person. I'm currently participating in joint advocacy efforts on behalf of Ontario's regional municipalities to ensure that we are collectively getting our fair share of federal resources from lawmakers in Ottawa. While these conversations are critical for the future of our region, it remains my intent to join you later in the day. In reviewing today's agenda, it is clear that you join in both my enthusiasm for Niagara's economy and my focus to address our ongoing challenges. As you know, we are seeing tremendous growth across a variety of sectors, with the strength, resilience, and development of our manufacturing industry being our current standout. Companies here are innovating, expanding, and creating new opportunities that will shape Niagara's future. The optimism is palpable, and we are proud to be building an environment where businesses can thrive. To say that 2024 has been a landmark year for Niagara is probably something of an understatement. The success we're seeing across the entire region is a testament to what can be accomplished when we are all working together, functioning as Team Niagara. It is my hope that the successes we have seen in the last few years will act as a catalyst for future cooperation and collaboration as we work together to build Niagara's economy. At the region, we recognize that economic growth must be supported by more homes for our residents. We are continuing to make significant progress on this challenge to ensure that everyone, whether new to Niagara or part of our community for years, has a place to call home. As a council, we're working across different levels of government and passing policies designed to help expedite the construction of more homes and purpose-built housing. As we all know, this is an exceptionally complex issue, and there's no silver bullet. Everyone, including the private sector and all levels of government, must work together to find sustainable solutions. Niagara's influence can be felt far and wide, as our businesses are significant players on the global stage. Our strategic location, strong maritime sector, and connection to the U.S. positions us uniquely to access foreign markets. With billions in foreign exports to North America, Europe, Asia, and Central and South America, our economy is strong and growing. Through our ongoing advocacy with Queen's Park, we're continuing our efforts to enhance GO Train service, making it easier for businesses and residents alike to access the GTA and beyond. Securing all-day, two-way GO Train service continues to be a key priority for the region and a key priority for my office as we tenaciously advocate with officials in Toronto. In closing, I want to thank each of you for your commitment to building a strong and sustainable economy here in Niagara. Your leadership and dedication are helping to shape our region's bright future. I look forward to continuing to work together to seize the opportunities ahead of us. Thank you for your time, and on behalf of Regional Council, I hope you enjoy the remainder of the summit.
Thank you, Chair Bradley. I understand he is coming later this morning, so save up your questions for him then. Chair Bradley certainly has been a tireless and effective advocate for Niagara for many decades now, and the impact of his efforts and the efforts of all of Regional Council has been tremendous. The regional government, like all of us here, is focused on driving growth and prosperity, and we're grateful to have their presence at the summit. Another tireless and effective advocate for the Niagara region comes from our friends at Brock University. So with that, it is my pleasure to welcome Provost and Vice President Academic for Brock University, Dr. Arya I'm going to mess up this name. I've been practicing for 24 hours, but I'll get it right. Arya Viniomatila, please.
I've often thanked my parents for giving such a great conversation starter for me as a name. So, hello, good morning, everybody. And thank you for that warm welcome. I'm very happy to have recently returned to Niagara and to Brock, where I started my academic career about 28 years ago. I've been away for a while and came back in July. So I think I'm on my 92nd day today. It's wonderful to be here. And I have to say that the welcome has been so warm, and it's been a pleasure to get out and meet and connect with people in Niagara. This is truly a wonderful community, and I'm very excited to be part of it. I'm also very excited to be at an institution that has such deep and meaningful ties to the region it inhabits. Brock was founded by this community, for this community, and with significant financial support from local residents of all walks of life. It continues to serve as Niagara's university. In 1964, Brock opened its doors with a mandate to serve the educational needs of the Niagara community. In the beginning, that meant ensuring local students had a place to go for a great education without having to leave the region. 60 years later, and it is the birthday year, we continue to provide career-ready education for students in Niagara and beyond, connecting through our diverse academic programs for global impact. We are shedding light on humanity's impact on the planet and its climate. We are reimagining Canadian agriculture for a sustainable future. We continue to support Ontario's grape and wine industry. We contribute to urban revitalization through performing and visual arts. And we've even been part of a mission to Mars. In short, we continue to play a key role in helping Niagara to thrive in an ever-changing, incredibly complex world. There's a real feeling of momentum at Brock right now, demonstrated, for example, by recent launch of the engineering program and future plans in artificial intelligence and environment. And we are very excited for what all this means for Niagara. Many of you will be aware of the state-of-art research farm being built on Merrittville Highway with the support of $7 million in provincial and federal funding. Home to the Clean Agriculture and for Sustainable Production Field Infrastructure Project, the farm will allow scientists to come together to help transform Canada's agriculture ecosystem into a self-reliant, sustainable model for the world. We've opened brand new facilities for the Brock Functional Inclusive Training Center and the Brock Niagara Center of Excellence in Inclusive and Adaptive Physical Activity, both of which support community members in improving health, well-being, and quality of life through physical activity. This fall, we were thrilled to welcome our first class of undergraduate engineering students in the Yusuf Haj Ahmad Department of Engineering. These students are the first of many who will be trained in a unique integrated engineering program, giving them the tools to solve some of the society's most challenging and most complex issues. The Brock Niagara Validation Prototyping and Manufacturing Institute, or VPMI, continues its invaluable work as a collaborative hub connecting our researchers and students with industry partners all across Ontario. And of course, Brock researchers continue their world-leading work supporting the grape and wine industry in the Cool Climate Oenology and Viticulture Institute, or CAVI. Brock would not, of course, be successful without our wonderful community partners all across the region. Partners like Niagara Parks, with whom we are building on our long-standing collaboration with a new Memorandum of Understanding. Our renewed and expanded partnership will see more opportunities for students as well as research that will yield valuable insights that will have an impact on Niagara for years to come, all supporting Niagara Parks' work, protecting and restoring natural habitats, promoting sustainable practices, and preserving historical sites while growing tourism in the region. The student experience is at the heart of everything we do at Brock, and we are so proud to welcome students from the Niagara region, from across Canada, and from around the world to our community every single year. After choosing Brock for our exceptional student experience, many fall in love with the area and they stay here. They become our workforce, supporting us as we navigate an ever-changing world. Brock teaches these students to have an entrepreneurial mindset, to think outside the box, be creative, and take risks in order to solve problems, attributes widely found amongst the Niagara business community, allowing us to work together to find solutions to help the region prosper. From training new talent and upskilling the current labor force, advancing innovation and discovery, or playing a leadership role in supporting equity, diversity, and inclusion, Brock is well positioned to support the Niagara community, just as we have done for the last 60 years. In closing, I want to thank you all for your warm welcome to Niagara and thank the Greater Niagara Chamber of Commerce for bringing the community together for this important discussion. I look forward to these discussions and to connecting with you throughout the day. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Vinio Matila. And to Brock University, of course, for your continued leadership and commitment to Niagara's development. Your efforts in shaping the minds and futures of the community are of course, invaluable. Equally important to the economic ecosystem of Niagara is another great post-secondary institution, Niagara College. So please welcome Sean Kennedy, president of the college, who will have a few words for us today.
Well, I promise to keep this short because I think what's most important about today is the chance for conversation and dialogue. At Niagara College, we are proud to be intricately woven into the fabric of every aspect of life in Niagara. As Niagara has evolved as a region, so has the college, and that's really our focus as we move forward. How do we support the future of Niagara? And we'll be listening intently, and I'm joined by many colleagues today participating in those conversations around how does Niagara thrive in a transforming world. When I saw that theme, it made me think about our mantra in terms of working with students, which is, and it has existed for a long time, but it's so similar, and that is preparing students for jobs in a wide variety of sectors for a changing world. We always talk about wanting our graduates to be Monday morning ready, that they come out of our more than 100 programs in a wide variety of sectors, all of which are aligned with the key economic sectors here in Niagara, but they have had the opportunity for experiential learning and applied training, learning from our faculty, who many of whom have worked in their respective sectors for years, and then bring that real world experience to the classroom. And we want to prepare our students so that when they leave, they're ready to begin their career in whichever sector they're supporting here in Niagara, across Ontario, across the country, and around the world. We're also very focused on supporting particularly SMEs in the Niagara region. And I'm joined by Dr. Mark Nantel, who was mentioned earlier as being part of the Government Relations Committee for the GNCC. And under Mark's leadership, with an incredible supporting cast, and with a focus that we have through our strategic plan, we are currently ranked #1 in Canada in applied research. And that is a direct result of our work in supporting. Last year, we had over more than 200 individual projects. We worked with over 200 SMEs in our core areas, again, aligned with the Niagara's economy, in agriculture and horticulture, and environmental research, in food and beverage technology, and in advanced manufacturing, and then in business and commercialization. And through our work in those 4 areas, we were ranked #1 in Canada. We've always been in the top 10, at least for the last many, many years. And we were #2 the year before, so we're really glad to be at the top of the podium. But I mention it because I think it's a great example of how, as we support Niagara's economy and SMEs, we're successful as a college. And as we're successful, we're in a better position to support Niagara. I want to end by thanking all of you for your continued support, your partnership and your ideas, for being amazing ambassadors for the college, for serving on our program advisory committees. We have close to 100 program advisory committees made up of industry experts that help us make revisions to our curriculum so that our graduates can continue to be Monday morning ready. And many of you also serve on different councils, including our Board of Governors, and I am pleased to have this morning joined by Rashmi Biswas, who is our Vice Chair of our Board of Governors. I also want to thank Mishka, who is our past Chair of our Board of Governors. And I'd like to end by commending, really thanking and congratulating Mishka for her incredible leadership and consistent leadership in supporting all of us in different ways through the work of the GNCC, and thanking the GNCC for hosting today, organizing today, and I wish you all a great set of discussions. Thank you.
Thank you, Sean. So on behalf of the GNCC, I'd like to take a moment, of course, to extend our gratitude, if we're in the business of giving gratitude today, to both Niagara College and to Brock University for their continued partnership and contributions to the region's growth and success. Their commitment, of course, to education, workforce development plays a vital role in building the foundation of our future. And so underpinning all of the discussions today, please keep that in mind. Now I'd like to welcome one of our key partners from the financial sector. Now, the fellow that's coming up is from RBC, and as a former Meridian guy, this is actually difficult for me. But I'm just joking. The truth be told, I've had an account at the RBC branch in Beamsville since I was 9 years old, and it was co-opened. My mother opened it with me. So a couple of years ago, I got the seniors discount. Don't tell them. So long-time client, and thrilled to invite Bill George, the Vice President of Commercial Financial Services for Niagara at RBC, to the stage. Bill, please.
Good morning, and thank you, Michael, for the warm introduction. We're always recruiting, you know. It gives me great pleasure to be here on behalf of RBC this morning as a proud partner sponsor of the 2024 Niagara Economic Summit. I would like to acknowledge and congratulate the important work and commitment made by the Niagara Chamber to support local businesses and leaders. RBC's partnership with the GNCC is aligned with common goals to support local businesses, drive growth, innovation, and to develop the Greater Niagara region. While economic activity and growth drives our economy, it also enables businesses and individuals represented by this audience to support the challenges and needs of our people in our communities. From the days of RBC's first community investment in 1891, RBC has a long history of collaborating with our communities to help address important societal issues. In 2023, we sharpened our focus to address communal challenges where we believe we can make the most difference, establishing the RBC Purpose Framework, Ideas for People and Planet. To address these challenges, RBC aims to support the transition to a net zero economy, drive more equitable opportunities for prosperity, and equip people with skills for a thriving future. And starting in November 2024, next month, RBC, with the RBC Foundation in Canada and in the US, committed $2 billion in community investments by 2035. Now, in our backyard across southwestern Ontario, RBC and RBC Foundation have provided more than $7.2 million in sponsorships and donations to more than 150 community organizations just in this past year. And across the Niagara region, we provided more than $500,000 to more than 15 community organizations this year as well. To support our youth, Brock University has received more than $1 million since 1989. Niagara College has received $346,000 since 1996. And the Niagara Peninsula Aboriginal Area Management Board has received $22,000 since 2021. We also support emerging artists in the region by providing more than $2 million to the Shaw Festival since 1989. We are a longtime sponsor of the Niagara Grape and Wine Festival, providing more than $20,000 for the event each year. We're supporting the Niagara Peninsula Conservation Authority this year. And our important support for healthcare in the region also spans more than $57,000 to the Niagara Health Foundation since 2016. And this expansive foundation support doesn't take into account the many ways our local teams volunteer and show up across our community, which is truly incredible. Through these donations and sponsorships, we're strengthening our region's resilience and helping our neighbors adapt for the immediate and future needs generated by a rapidly changing world. As a leader within commercial financial services space at RBC, I'm deeply committed to the growth and prosperity of this remarkable region, which brings us here today to this important conversation. You see, many of our businesses and valued clients are working hard to lay a strong foundation for a Niagara that is economically vibrant and innovative, ultimately enabling businesses and individuals to be environmentally and socially responsible. Only if we have a strong economy and we support each other can we do this. At RBC, we recognize and appreciate that there are still many challenges ahead for our communities, and as always, we remain committed to help. Now, before I pass it back over to Michael, I'd like to acknowledge the GNCC once more for planning this important event and for their wonderful support of our local businesses. Thank you.
I think he just offered me a job. I'm not sure. Thank you, Bill, for your insights and for RBC's continued support for this event and for your investment in the community. Going back to 1891, I don't quite go back that far, but for a fair ways at least. We truly do appreciate your partnership in driving Niagara's economic growth. So now let's get to the meat in the sandwich. Our first panel today, a light topic, global connectivity, bringing Niagara to the world and the world to Niagara. But before we kick off, we'd love to get your input. Using Slido, let us know what you think of this. What would have the most immediate positive impact on improving Niagara's connectivity to global markets? Give it a moment. Give some thought to this. Starlink, oh, that's interesting first choice. Go Transit. Governance reform. Oh, that's a nice light topic. Chair Bradley's not here yet, so you can't beat him up on that one. A Hyperloop. Okay, we're getting out there. I'm thrilled to see this, the level of engagement here. So some fantastic ideas. Going to have someone describe what feels means. Terrific. So today's panel will explore how enhancing transportation options, like international air travel, like expanded GO train service, which was a prominent one in this piece, like stronger maritime links, can boost Niagara's tourism and manufacturing industries, make our region a more connected, globally accessible destination for visitors and businesses alike, and improve our overall economy, of course. Now let's welcome our experts to the stage. Our moderator, Rashmi Biswas, is the Executive Vice President of Lake & Associates with expertise in leadership development and organizational strategy. She's a skilled consultant and facilitator with a deep understanding of strategic planning and decision-making processes across sectors. Rashmi, please join us. Dan Pilon is the Chief Executive Officer of Niagara District Airport, has been instrumental in shaping the airport's role in regional and national transportation networks. And with 2 decades of experience in Niagara region, Dan is a key figure in Niagara's aviation industry. I think please come to the stage and join us. There it is. Helen Quirk is Vice President of Supply Chain and Business Development at CN, overseeing operations across North America. Her extensive experience in both sales and operations gives her a unique perspective on how global supply chains impact local economies. Ian Hamilton is the President and CEO of the Hamilton Oshawa Port Authority, where he has been pivotal in attracting new business and investment to the region. With over 25 years experience in international transportation, Ian is, of course, a leader in logistics and port operations. And last but not least, Stephanie Defoe is the Chief Operating Officer of the Niagara Falls Bridge Commission, where she leads the organization that operates key international bridges in the Niagara region. With over 20 years' experience at the Commission, Stephanie has a deep understanding of cross-border transportation and binational cooperation. So please welcome me in joining our land, sea, and air and road experts and panelists to the stage. Thank you. Over to you, Stephanie.
Good morning and welcome to the Economic Summit. It is my pleasure to be opening the summit with this panel discussion. I think a really important conversation around global connectivity, connecting Niagara to the world and then bringing the world to Niagara. I'm really looking forward to our conversation with our panelists. We're going to have our discussion in two parts. We're going to have a conversation around what are our current opportunities for improvement, and then secondly, talk about what some of those investments and solutions might look like. So in Mishka's words this morning, what are the actions that we should be taking to improve our global connectivity? But I'm going to start, if I may, with Ian, and I want to chat just a little bit about our integrations. When we talk about all the different modes of transport that we have, so we have, of course, the maritime, we have air, road, and rail. Ian, in your experience, what do you feel would create the most efficient, what level of integration is required to create a kind of efficiency between those multimodal systems?
Okay, great. Thanks, and thanks for the question. It is a good question because Niagara has always had all of the multimodal ingredients, but unfortunately they haven't been tied together properly. And what customers really need in today's world is that multimodal choice, and that modal choice, so that they can utilize road, they can utilize marine, they can utilize air, they can utilize rail whenever it best suits what their needs are for that particular movement. So what we see, and we've seen it in Hamilton, a little bit in Oshawa, is that by tying together the different modes under one roof makes the big difference, and then allowing the development lands to be available around that kind of nexus of the different modes coming together. But really, again, Niagara's got all of the ingredients, but right now, for example, marine and rail are not integrated together, and that would be a great opportunity to attract new customers and give them that modal choice that they're really craving, because for us to be successful with our integrated transportation network, and not just Niagara, but all through the country, we really need to take full advantage of all of the different modes.
So it's great to hear that we have the right ingredients. We just have this opportunity, or a better opportunity, to pull them all together. Helen, from a rail perspective, would you agree that we've got more work to do in terms of integrating the rail system?
Yeah, 100%. And judging by that poll, I think I'm in the hot seat today around rail. But I totally agree with Ian. I think we have more work to do. Our purpose at CN is to power the economy. And so that means that we need to work with the other modes to the best way to help our customers grow. And we see the integration of marine and rail as one of those ways. And we are working extensively to try and do more of that.
So thank you. And Stephanie, we all like our cars and we're all on the bridges. So is there a better opportunity to integrate our road transportation with some of our other systems as well?
Yeah, I mean, we're only one component of it, but I think, like Ian said, it's really important that we integrate all of them into some kind of centralized hub and make that transition between the different modes smooth somehow. So, and bringing all of those pieces together is a really key component. So yeah, the border is an important component, but those trucks need to be able to get to a hub to transfer off their cargo onto rail or onto a ship or whatever the additional mode may be, because some stuff will travel through multiple modes just to get to its final destination. So I think all of these pieces need to work together in a nice, smooth fashion, and that requires access and it requires some centralization.
Yeah, and I want to chat about that in a little bit in terms of, what is the right method or what is the right mode, and we'll get to that in a moment. But just to go to the air transport for a moment, Dan, we think about air transport, we certainly need all those other levels of transport to help us make the most of the air travel. How do you feel that we could improve some of our integration around transit?
Yeah, I mean, certainly the airport is right now, when you take a look at the panel in front of you, is the minnow when it comes to economic input and output. The reality is it just doesn't need to be that way. When I started at the airport about 5 years ago, looking through kind of the various different items there, and there's an article in the archives, and it's from December 27th, 1929, and it starts off, it says, a city to be progressive needs an airport. And, here we are 95 years later, and we're still having conversations about how a facility that's in the shadow of a 400 series highway, that's kitty corner to a major marine mode of transportation, about how we integrate and how we actually ensure that that actually supports our economy, especially when our economy, we have certain aspects that really are based on international and regional and national connectivity. So certainly we think we have a lot of work to do in that space. However, location and all those various different items says that the opportunity is there for us to integrate most assuredly.
Yeah, so let's dive a little bit deeper into that then. So Helen, from a rail perspective, are there any specific projects that are happening, or maybe even enhancements to existing projects that could better connect Niagara with, say, the rest of Canada, major hubs like Toronto, Montreal, or maybe even Northeast US?
Yeah, definitely. The major project that impacts this area is the Milton Logistics Hub. So that hub is for containerized traffic. And basically, it's opening that facility when we eventually complete the construction will reduce the truck mileage or the truck kilometers from 120 kilometers currently to get to our Brampton intermodal terminal to about 80 kilometers. So that shortens the truck distance and makes it a lot easier for the goods of the Niagara region to reach international markets. So the way to think about the rail network is effectively kind of two different rail networks. You have anything that moves in a container and everything else. And that Milton Logistics Hub is all about that containerized traffic. And like I say, helping to get goods to international markets.
So from the manufacturing and kind of cargo perspective, we're seeing some advancements or some improvements that you're talking about in rail. Ian, from a maritime and transportation perspective, what role do you feel that maritime transport plays in connecting Niagara's manufacturing and export industries to the global markets? And do you think we're optimizing those to our sort of greatest level of competitiveness?
Mm-hmm. So right now that when you kind of look back at the history of the St. Lawrence Seaway and why it was really developed around bringing steelmaking products into the system and taking agricultural products out of the system. And as we see that the steelmaking industry is evolving and we're moving over to closer to green steel and some of the manufacturing has left Canada, we need to take advantage of the capacity that's been made available inside of the St. Lawrence Seaway, which is currently running at about 50% utilization, which is probably the only mode at that level of utilization. So what we need to do as an industry to really support Niagara's growth is to understand the types of businesses that are looking at Niagara and relocating into Niagara and potentially developing new services that meet those demands. So that's no longer the bulk ships moving coal and the bulk ships moving iron ore, but also how do we start to move into more of consumer goods, and how do we start to move into more OEM and parts for manufacturing and those types of items. So we're exploring a number of different ideas. One of them includes developing a ferry service that would for trucks that would run in and out of the Niagara region, and that would again connect into the road network, but also better service the types of companies that Niagara is attracting right now. So if you can put things onto marine from a social side, it versus truck, it does reduce the emissions by up to 90%, and it every vessel has the potential of taking over 900 trucks off the road. So there is an environmental, there's a social advantage to it, but we also believe that there's an economic advantage if we do develop those new services. So we do look closely with the asset owners, the ship owners, to try to invest in different types of assets than they currently have in the system, and we look forward to developing new products that'll service what Niagara needs most.
So you talk about the ferry, which is interesting, so that there's that opportunity, but only the 50% sort of usage level right now, is that correct?
Yeah, and when you look at the Highway H2O, which is kind of stretching in from Halifax all the way to, say, Thunder Bay in Canada, that system is really, we could handle double the cargo that we're currently handling.
So what would need to happen in order to double the cargo?
Again, I think it's right now. Well, today's a little bit of a softer point in the market, but overall, we are on a collision course. Congestion alone is costing $6 billion to the GTHA, and if we're able to actually develop services that can take trucks off the road, then I think or minimize that truck movement. Trucks are always going to be an essential part of that multimodal chain, but minimize that, then we think we can. But we can take advantage of that capacity. But right now, we do need to develop new services and products that operate on the Great Lakes to be able to do that.
So there are options that we could pursue, and there are things that we need to be considering. Stephanie, from a bridge perspective, if we were to make some of those improvements across the range of multimodal transit, What do you see some of the economic benefits being to the region if we make some of these sort of improvements and investments?
Well, I think any improvement that you can make, no matter what mode it is, it's going to benefit the other mode as well. So, I mean, if you make tremendous improvements along the Welland Canal, and I know they've been doing a lot even here in Thorold and in Port Colborne, but if you make a lot of those changes, you're going to see businesses possibly relocate to this area because the modes of transportation to get their goods in and out and export across the border are available and they have direct access. So I think if you can bring companies here, you're going to bring jobs here, and if you bring jobs here, you're going to bring people here, and it's got a trickle down effect at the end of the day. And so I think as long as you can continue to keep enhancing each one of these modes, I think you're going in the right direction to improving the overall economy for the whole region and in its entirety.
Helen, do you have a sense that some companies don't invest here because of our usage of our transit systems or our transport systems?
No, I don't think so. I think clearly there is a live topic around the separation of passenger rail from freight rail and the challenges that creates. But in terms of economic activity, I actually see it the other way. And I think that we as a railroad need to spend a lot more time with small businesses, small to medium-sized businesses, helping to design solutions to get your products to the markets that they need to go to. And so we're trying to spend a lot more time, like I say, with the small and medium-sized businesses. We still have more work to do, but we think that there's more opportunity that exists for us as a railroad to support the growth of businesses locally.
And you're hearing that from business owners, and they're willing, of course, to have those conversations with you. Dan, from an air travel perspective, do you have a sense of what the improvements could do for the economic impact of the region?
Airports are kind of unique, certainly in Southern Ontario. There's a large constellation of them, right, that do different things. Hamilton is certainly leading to cargo and low-cost carriers. We have an international hub in Toronto. So the benefit we have in Niagara is we have a unique niche that's already set for us, which is a tourism-based airport. So as we've referenced, 14 million tourists coming a year, the 13th largest census metropolitan area, and I can guarantee you we're not the 13th largest airport in the country based on passenger or other types of movements. So 95 years later, we're focused on general aviation, charter, pilot training, and so we think we have the opportunity for kind of transformational redevelopment, really, of the airport. The conversation for us is redefining what an airport actually could mean to this community. We often say it's a bit of an easy sales pitch when you suggest that of the largest tourist destinations in Canada, the top 10, every single one of them has a domestic airport within 25 kilometers of city center. For us, the closest one is about 85 kilometers. So when you talk about how that could actually improve your economy, because I agree with the comments Stephanie's reference is that it's the rising tide lifts all boats, so to speak. And so any improvements in transportation access inevitably support the others. If we have the capacity to, with relatively minimal investments, to bring in, which we can now bring in 737s, they don't come in just full of passengers. They have cargo that comes in at the bottom as well too, not leaning into the same way other airports certainly have. But so for us, we have a number of plans kind of underway, and I'm sure we'll speak to that later as we go along. But we think the ability to redefine that conversation is really significant for the communities in Niagara.
So in your tenure with the airport, Dan, you said you've been there for a few years now. Have you seen an increased interest in utilizing the airport for international business?
We've certainly seen an increase. We're sitting at about a 25% increase in charter jet traffic over what we've ever seen. So interestingly, air travel outside of the 30 largest airports in Canada is struggling to get back to those levels. And we're in the same boat. However, our jet traffic continues to take off. Pardon the pun. It wasn't meant. However, so we certainly have seen that, and I think it's some of the other conversations that we're talking about right now. I think you open up you open up your phones and you read about different items with Destination Niagara and what the capacity is. You've referenced Las Vegas North, all these kinds of scenarios and these kinds of conversations. For us, it's about making sure that locally we're in alignment with where we need to be provincially and federally with what an investment in this kind of asset could do, because the example I give, if it was a 100-yard dash to kind of create this asset in your community, we're already starting at the 60-yard mark. We have so many different items in place already that I'd bore you if I discussed from a regulatory perspective. But so we certainly have seen it, and we think we need to be able to capitalize on that.
Very good. So it seems as if there's lots of opportunity to be working together and recognizing that it requires this kind of integrated approach. So recognizing we're looking after different areas as well, so the separate areas of business that we need to be concerned with for different carriers or for different purposes. But then if we're making these collective decisions and these collaborative decisions, do we have the right kind of data to be able to know what is the right use of transport for different times? Ian, if I may pitch this question to you, please. Do you feel that, first of all, are we able to make data-driven decisions around the right mode of transport? And then if not, how might we better collect that sort of data so we can make this kind of collective decision for the greater good of the region rather than just perhaps in our own lanes, as it were?
Yeah, the short answer is no, we don't have the right kind of data, unfortunately. And it's too bad, because when you look at some of the other jurisdictions and right across south of the border of the United States, they've done a much better job at collecting the data and then distributing that data throughout the economy for industry to take advantage of and develop new products and services to meet the evolving demand. And at all levels of government, it's interesting, because I think it's been recognized that data is extremely important, and almost everyone has created level, federal, municipal, and provincial has created some form of strategy around how do we better capture the data, how do we better share the data. But up until now, it really hasn't taken a lot of root. And one of our biggest challenges is really around we have more protectionism, and we view data as more proprietary than I think other jurisdictions do. And let's be honest, every one of us sort of wants to protect our data, but sometimes we have to realize we have to take one for the team and start to put that data out there so that the industry, who really are the innovative ones and the entrepreneurial ones, can respond to it and say, how do we create new products and services to meet that demand. But it's a really good question, and I think the other pieces that we do. When we talk about, the very first question was about how do we create an integrated system. And one of the interesting pieces that I find is that whenever the federal government wants to share data with me, they only want to share marine data. That's kind of the data we understand. And so in order to create a truly integrated system, we need to combine together all of the different modes and all of the different data together to say, okay, what is the right modal balance? When do we use rail? When do we use truck? When do we use marine? When do we use air? And that's the only way we're going to be able to do it. And up until now, I think there's a lot of recognition, but again, as I said, we really need to all take one for the team and say, okay, let's open up the kimono a little bit here and share the data that we've collected. And we see the power it's had when you look at industry, the way Facebook's been able to use data and the way Twitter's been able to use data, and we just haven't been able to do that inside of the transportation industry up until now.
Do you know what kind of criteria you'd be looking for? Is it all about speed, efficiency, cost, or are there other metrics that are important in that data gathering?
And I think it's interesting, because you probably, from a transportation side, you'll look at it at various different node to nodes. So there's the Right now in Toronto, for example, they're obsessed with package delivery and that type of data, and how do they deal with that type of problem. There's no solution that we can provide as rail or marine really on package delivery. But then I think in our situation, we're looking at what are the routes of the cargo that moves in and out of southern Ontario from longer distances. And once we understand that, we can start to say, what is the right balance between marine? What is the right balance between rail? What is the right balance with truck? And then we can start to really recraft our supply chains to take full advantage of that and minimize the congestion, because as much as the tunnel idea is kind of interesting in Toronto, it really is a tough one when we've got some solutions sitting right in front of us in terms of marine capacity and ability to grow rail, that we can start to look at how do we really take advantage of these longer moves and take advantage of the modes that are available today.
Yeah, Helen, absolutely. It seems like exactly the right time to jump in.
I love data. So to Ian's point, there is a lot of protectionism around data, but I think we need to spend a lot more time as an industry really framing the question, what are we solving for? Because we've all sort of optimizing for our own piece. We're doing a few things with our customers currently to look at what matters to them instead of, train velocity. They care about, in the automotive business, moving a finished vehicle, they care about transit time. When did I release the vehicle to the railroad, and when did it get to the dealer? And that's really what they care about. And it's not necessarily in that industry about being the fastest, but it's about being consistent. And that doesn't just involve the railroad, it involves the truck carriers as well. So there's little pieces like that we're starting to attack, but there's so much more because we really need to define the problem. And sometimes we need to get a little bit out of our own way and think about the greater good rather than just optimizing for ourselves, which is quite difficult sometimes in the worlds that we live in. The other thing I'll say around data is the data that really matters to the customer is price. And that's ultimately what they'll look for. And a good supply chain will always go to the most kind of cost-effective solution. And so that we also obviously think about with our customers.
So Helen, where would those conversations take place? Because you're making a good point that we're looking at these in our own areas of expertise, but we're not necessarily having that combined conversation.
Yeah, well, my boss, the Chief Marketing Officer, Remy Lalonde, is with the Supply Chain Forum today, I believe, having some of these conversations specifically about how we attack this at a national level. And I think that is a positive step forward. And then we need to have more of these kind of regional multimodal discussions. And I probably need to spend more time with Ian.
Today's the day. Dan, air data, presumably you're collecting extraordinary levels of data on air traffic. Do you feel that that's sufficient? Is there an opportunity to share that or to be receiving data from other colleagues in different areas of transportation?
Yeah, it's a great question. I mean, I think we have plenty of it. I mean, we're in a bit of a different space from the folks up here. They're talking about how to tweak, existing, pieces to kind of make them work more efficiently, all the various different data sets they discussed. For us, it's a little bit simpler. We're not talking about how do we go from 400,000 passengers to 1 million. We're really just starting to say, do you want to invest in that capacity, and what do you think it can do for your economy? So the number of communities across Canada that are smaller, both in population and tourism draw, that have exponentially flown past Niagara with respect to air connectivity is long. And so you look at Kelowna. 2 million passengers a year going into their airport from that space. Victoria, just under 2 million passengers a year. I mean, the list gets, long when you talk about communities that you wouldn't expect to see in that space. And you see airports like Abbotsford that in 2000 were in the same boat that we are right now. And here they are, 20 years later, and they're doing over 1 million passengers a year. Hamilton's in the same space. Billy Bishop was, if you actually think back to where they were in early 2000s, and you think, goodness gracious, you couldn't do in that space. So the data's there in terms of being able to suggest how it can be done relatively quickly with a relatively, short and small investment at the end of the day. So we have that, and what that means, when you have tourism industry as an example, that's been, at a relatively flat number of tourism draw from that space. We've talked here significantly. Everyone at this panel is talking about how, growth is built by access. And we're no different, but, people, goods, services, we all move different ones. And we're really saying the niche for the airport in this community really needs to be to make sure that you know what that uniqueness is. And we think that's, what it is, and it's likely moving people. And when you do that, everything else grows around it. I mean, aviation has their own little unique communities that, exist around airports, from the business, with aerospace, with, maintenance, with all of those various different things that occur no matter what. And then inevitably there's a spillover effect with the other areas of transportation as well too. But, for us, we actually have the data, and it's stark, and it just kind of stares you in the face, and you go, goodness, what have we been doing here? 95 years, and we have, Waterloo, another example, airport. They've gone from 40,000 passengers in 2019 to in 2022 they had 400,000. So I mean, we're talking significant investments in short periods of time. So we have the data, and it's a bit of a different conversation for us, but along, similar.
And some good models to learn from, presumably, from what you're saying from across the country. Stephanie, from a bridge perspective, presumably you're gathering all kinds of data on a regular basis. Are you able to utilize that data to make better decisions around bridge usage?
Yeah, I mean, the actual data at the land border port is fairly well established, pretty well developed, and actually relatively publicly accessible for the most part. So from that perspective, I think there's lots of information out there, and you can call pretty much any border operator, and we'll give you at least crossing data, and trade data is all available. The types of commodities coming across, it's a pretty robust data set that's available. But integrating it with all the other modes is obviously not there at the moment. And yeah, we do use it every day. We use wait time data. We use dwell time in the lanes to figure out whether or not CBSA and CBP are staffing the lanes to the levels that need to be staffed in order to process the traffic efficiently and effectively. One of the pieces that is lacking a little bit at the border, the trades The trade data is pretty well established. The tourism data is a little bit tougher to determine origin and destination. We know how many people are coming across. We know how many autos are coming across daily. We know how long it's taking them. We even know generally what the mix of license plates are. So we have a lot of data on what's coming across, but we don't necessarily know their origin and their destination. And so that's something we've always kind of struggled with, is to try to figure out and pinpoint where are they going, where are they coming from, and why are they using certain routes, and whether or not when we post wait time, do we influence their route or not? How much traffic are we able to push to another bridge if there's backups at our bridge? How do the signs affect travel, stuff like that? So with the tourism traffic, it's a little tougher to determine what that piece, but the trade sector, it's pretty well established.
So
Can I add
go ahead,
something?
Ian. Yeah.
Yeah, it's very interesting what you're talking about, Stephanie, because when the cargo or passengers, but in our situation, cargo crosses the border, we do capture the origin and the destination data.
Right.
Unfortunately, when it stays inside of our country, we don't. So we're actually working on a project with CN right now, and looking at where the distribution, today it's Brampton, but once the container arrives in Brampton, we don't actually know where it goes after that. And there's no way of capturing that data inside of, and it's making things very, very difficult when we're trying to figure out, as CN is trying to do, how do we get closer to the customer? In a lot of cases, it almost works on a hunch because we do not have that data. So really focusing on how do we capture domestic information is something that's hugely important, because as it crosses a border, people have to make declarations so you can see the origin and destination, but the domestic information we just don't have access to, and nobody's capturing it.
Are you aware? I was going to ask if you're aware of any other jurisdictions who are good at capturing this data.
I think that there's, again, private industry in some situations when they're kind of using with Geotab and various other different technologies are starting to capture it, and that becomes proprietary to them. But really, I think for the highway system, the province really needs to step up the game to say how do we capture the origin and destination points for all of these trucks that are traversing across the GTHA, so that we can truly understand where do we put our nodes to get it closer to the final destination and origin points.
So to Helen's earlier point about businesses and businesses having some input, do you feel like there's a better opportunity for business to actually make some contributions, or to be part of that conversation around what we need to be gathering around data, what decisions we need to be making about which multimodal transport systems to use?
I do. I think businesses ultimately are the solution, and I think it's private enterprise that's going to drive it forward. But we need to let private enterprise truly do what they're best at, and that's respond to demand. And I think our role as pseudo-government for me, but government overall, is to put that data out there so that private enterprise can respond to it and say, how do we create the best possible mix of the modes to improve our supply chains.
So the importance of putting the customer at the center of this conversation, whether it's a tourist customer or a business customer, domestic or international, will be a key part. Coming from a customer's perspective, let's just turn our attention perhaps to the investments and solutions. And Stephanie, I'm going to pitch this one to you, if I could, please. The bottlenecks at the border. So just if we can have a conversation perhaps about some of those current bottlenecks, what are you seeing, and what are some of the solutions to address some of those challenges that we see at the border crossings?
Sure. I mean, at the border, there's really like kind of three pieces that come into play. You have infrastructure, which we're fortunate in the Niagara region from an infrastructure perspective to have relatively good infrastructure, pretty state-of-the-art infrastructure here in Niagara, with the three international crossings, obviously, that the Commission owns, that I represent, but also our partners at the Peace Bridge with their bridge. So we have a lot of infrastructure. We spend a lot of money every year upgrading our infrastructure to make sure it suits the needs of our partners, our customs partners on both sides of the border. So from an infrastructure piece, I really feel like we're probably where we need to be at. We're not at capacity. We could definitely take on more at the border. So from an infrastructure piece, we're there, but there's always these other two pieces that we don't control as border operators, is the processing piece and streamlining the processing, and the staffing piece. So some might be aware, some might not be aware, but we own all of the buildings, we own all the ports, we own the bridges, but customs are tenants on our property. And so we don't have control. We can build all the lanes, but we don't have control of the staffing of the lanes. We can do documents and reports and track wait times and do all kinds of things to try to influence it and send it up the chain to try to get this, to try to help support the local customs operators to get their funding, but we don't ultimately control that piece. And so there's the processing piece and the staffing piece that's where we generally see, and what you guys will see when you cross the border, that's generally what you see. You pull up and you see like 12 lanes, but only 3 are staffed. Well, that's the bottleneck piece that we really don't have a tremendous amount of control over, but we try to influence using some of that data that we have, that we gather, trying to show them, if you open them at certain times and you have enough open, here's the result. And so we try to use that data to influence the staffing decisions from government, from CBSA and CBP on both sides of the border. The processing piece, there's a lot of border modernization on both sides, strategic plans out there for both customs and for CBP on the US side. And so from the border modernization piece, we're looking at all kinds of things, right? Like we're looking at trying to figure out how to push the border out a little bit. They're looking at things like facilitating low-risk travelers. Some of you might have a Nexus card. That's part of a trusted traveler program. We're looking at integrating enforcement, potentially housing enforcement on the same side of the border. We're looking at improving efficiencies in different ways if there's different efficiencies that can be gained. So this whole border modernization piece is something that both Canada and the US have committed to, and they have agreements in place, and they've got teams in place. They have a Transborder working group who has Transport Canada and Federal Highway team up, and they meet multiple times throughout the year to try to solve or try to look at all of these different modes. They bring representatives in from all the different modes to try to talk about different strategies on how to modernize the border. And so that's happening in the background. And so we're starting to see it. Pushing out the border, some of that is like pre-clearance. You might, if you're in the airport environment, you'd obviously know the pre-clearance piece, but they're trying to figure out how to get that to work at a land border port. We do have a pilot going on at Peace Bridge in a truck capacity, where the trucks will ultimately be pre-screened on the Canadian side using biometrics and non-intrusive X-ray on the US side. Gets all packaged up nicely, and the data is at the US side before the truck gets to the booth, and so that it can facilitate a much smoother transition once you get to the booth. It's almost like a red light, green light situation when you get to the booth, as opposed to all of that information having to be communicated to the officer and a decision being made at the booth. And so all of these little programs are getting pulled together to increase the efficiency at the border and kind of go toward this whole modernization strategy. Obviously, we have some in the facilitating low-risk travelers. Most of you are familiar with Nexus or Global Entry on the US side. And that's used obviously in the air environment, but it's used at the land border port. And we're really fortunate in Niagara. We have kind of a one-of-a-kind situation where we have the Whirlpool Bridge, which is dedicated completely to Nexus users only. So there is a tremendous benefit in the Niagara region for people with Nexus cards. You're able to get across. You don't have to wait in line behind all the normal traffic to get to the Nexus lane. And so that's been a big win for Niagara to have that facility. We maintain that facility. It's definitely at a revenue deficit, but it's worth it for the public, and it makes the most sense from a corporate standpoint to serve the customers and to really push and grow that program. So we're always trying to enhance the Nexus program and encourage people to take advantage of that. So there's a lot going on in the background at the land border ports to try to improve that. But the bottlenecks, I would say, are definitely I would say really right now, it's really the staffing. Canada bound, we've been fortunate because Gordie Howe is being built. And so for the last couple of years, we've been able to take advantage of the training officers from the Gordie Howe here. And that's bringing like 30 plus officers into our ports throughout the summer at peak travel times to help process traffic. But come October of next year, that's going to disappear, and they're going to go back. Gordie Howe's opening up, and they're going to go back to Gordie Howe. And we're going to lose that extra capacity here in Niagara. And so it's pushing to continue to try to get that staffing improvement at the port, which is really important from a tourism perspective, because nobody wants to wait 3 hours to sit and to get to the casino to watch a show or whatever it is, right? And they want consistency, but in a trade environment, it's even more important. They need to know 100% what what it's going to take them to get to their destination. And any time that's wasted sitting on the bridge is hours that are being eaten up by the driver's hours. So providing that consistency is like tremendously important, and so that's what we work toward.
You've given us some really good examples there of using the data to inform staffing levels, which I think is really valuable. And then, of course, just some of these smaller number of different ways in which you're tackling some of the challenges and making these smaller infrastructure investments. Helen, are there infrastructure investments that need to happen in rail for cross-border smooth and improved passage?
I think less so for cross-border. And before I get to the infrastructure piece, there's a part that doesn't require as much investment around rail just being easier to do business with. And we are putting a lot of effort to be easier to deal with as a company and to get quick solutions, to have somebody come and talk to you about your business, to get a price. And that doesn't require a big capital investment in infrastructure. It's very, very easy to pick up the phone and order a truck. We want to be almost as easy to deal with. And we have been investing in some of our digital tools, like I say, to make ourselves easier to do business with. On the infrastructure side, I think I'm going to jump to the next question on this one. It's really about making it easier for freight and passengers to coexist. And I think that's an area where we're not specifically investing as much, but that's an opportunity for government money to help solve that problem.
Thanks for that. And Dan, just quickly about the airport then, are they recognizing there's no doubt US flights coming into Niagara? Is that fair? Are there things that we could be doing perhaps to improve, are there infrastructure improvements that need to be made to make that easier?
Well, if anyone's been to the airport recently, they're going to certainly be aware that there's infrastructure improvements. There's ones that have been made in the last 10, 15 years. I think I'd really dial back to something that Ian referenced, is that the changes in the infrastructure investments that we need really are going to be driven by the people in this room. Business. They're going to be the ones who are saying that they think it's important to them or it's not, and then it has an impact on what they need to do to grow. From an investment side, we have a lot of things in place already. I referenced we're a certified airport, so that's nothing small. It's probably been 30 or 40 years since the federal government has certified an airport in this country. So that's a lot of safety pieces, regulatory pieces. It's basically allows you to be prepared for commercial passenger scheduled service because you're prepped on the safety side. We have NAV Canada on site. We have CBSA who comes in on site and does all those things. So we benefit from our location. We're not trying to get CBSA officers to move to the middle of Ontario or Manitoba, somewhere along those lines. So we have a lot of those items that we have utilities, site servicing, all those items in play that's there. And importantly, we also have zoning regulations that protect our airspace, which is another thing that airports spend years and millions of dollars to try to get. So those things are all in place. The benefit that we're doing right now is we've just done a strat plan, and I think our mission statement is to become an indispensable aviation gateway. And I think that really says it. It's aspirational. We're not there. We need to. We're in the midst of doing those things right now. So you'll probably see me come knocking on doors for some of the folks here in days to come, because for us, it's about staged approach based on interest. So we could very quickly and easily move into the same type of traffic that a Billy Bishop does, because we have all those assets in place outside of a terminal. So we need a terminal build. But then when we make the next stage, that's the work that we're doing. We're doing our first master plan since 1992. We're doing a business case, which includes the financial modeling, the air service and route strategy. So that's also something you're going to see coming out shortly, where they're going to the businesses in the community and saying, what are the routes? What are the areas of connectivity? To answer your question, well, where is it that you think that Niagara needs to be connected to? We would probably be less interested in saying we need sun destinations for Niagara residents, and saying we actually need to make sure that we're connected by one to all those areas that enhance our industry that's there. So when we talk about investment, we're there, and we know that we're talking for the massive investment in terms of getting to 7,000 foot runway, all those things. You're talking kind of a 150 to 200 million investment in your communities to try to get there. Much less to engage immediately in some of those things. So we're well underway with that work, and that's what we're coming forward in the next year, saying we're prepped, we have the information that's there, and then we need to make sure we can find partners, public and private, who say that they think that there's value in what that looks like.
So it's interesting hearing the conversations talking about passengers, and then also we've got the cargo side. And Ian, I just want to ask you, because Niagara is on a major shipping corridor, and yet we don't have very much in the way of ports and harbors for cargo. So what do you see is required in terms of if we were to invest in that ability to load and unload ships in Niagara, what do you think that would do for our economy?
Oh, I think that then it would be you'd be creating products that meet closer to where what the businesses demand that are being relocated into Niagara. And you're quite right. The Welland Canal has very much been viewed as I guess a way to get between Lake Ontario and Lake Erie, as opposed to a way where we handle cargo, and more so. And the Seaway's been given a new mandate now to really push on that cargo development side and be an economic driver in the region, which is fantastic. And we're partnering with them to try to take full advantage of the assets that are there. In particular, we're focused in on a hub in Thorold, which has been phenomenally successful, and that's a neat spot because we can actually integrate rail with marine there. Also in Port Colborne, we see some great opportunities there, and another opportunity, although take a bit of investment and a bit of creativity, but we can integrate rail and marine there, and both of those are really going to drive just be another value add for what I think Niagara is already doing is a fantastic job in attracting new businesses. If I can add just a couple of things around Niagara quickly. The one thing that the province has put in place is provincially significant employment zones. And the advantage Niagara has right now is they truly are open for business. When they deal in jurisdictions like Hamilton, where there's a gentrification around the port, it makes it more and more difficult. So I would encourage Niagara as much as possible to protect these employment zones around these multimodal hubs, so that at one stage we don't have houses right next to industry and obviously the conflicts that potentially causes.
Appreciate that. And I want to end the panel conversation with an action-oriented question, as Mishka pointed out in her opening remarks, just focusing some of the discussion on, so what can we do, what should be done? And Stephanie, I'm going to ask this question to each of you, if I may, but Stephanie, I'll start with you. What do you think is the single biggest or best investment that governments at any level could make in transportation infrastructure in Niagara right now?
I mean, even though it's not border related, I should probably say spend all your money at the border. But I think honestly, reliable and fast train service is probably key. If you can get some of the vehicles off the road, it would actually, believe it or not, help me, because trucks would be able to get through quicker and have more effective routes. So to me, I think it's the train service that you have to focus on, but that's just my opinion.
Passing over to Helen, the best single investment you think governments could make?
Dan and I were joking before, and I said to him, spoiler alert, I'm not going to say the airport.
This is an example of collaboration.
Why I didn't pour her a water when we came in. I said, fine. No water. Water.
The collaboration in action. So first and foremost, as a private company, any investment, we try and drive a return, and we're not looking for necessarily government investment, although it does always help. I would say, as I've said a couple of times, in rail, the best thing that any level of government investment can do is to support us to have sufficient capacity for passenger and freight rail to coexist, because then it benefits both groups. As you'll know, and you've probably experienced, the more passenger rail that moves on our freight lines, the more that can be slowed down by freight traffic, and the interoperability of the two becomes problematic. So if I were to request any level of public investment, it would be around helping to solve that problem.
Thanks, Helen. Dan, single best investment?
To be fair, Ellen did say if I say airport, you say rail. So she's so I think, candidly, I think it's pretty obvious for me on my side. I'm not going to shirk my duties and responsibilities. I think that we have the capacity to be a transformational piece for Niagara in terms of our asset, given the fact that the leap that we'd be making from our capacity now to what we could be doing would be massive and significant. We're not looking to recreate what exists in the air environment and other communities surrounding us. Try to get to Niagara anywhere domestically in Canada through Buffalo. It's just, it would take you, days. So we think we have the capacity from that side. So on our side, but the key for us is it's about a mix. It's not just about saying, we need public investment and what this means. There's been already millions of dollars invested publicly in this facility over the years. So we need to be talking about public, private, what those partnerships can be. And the biggest thing is that, as I referenced, for the folks in the room to be having those conversations and to identify whether they think that has the potential to improve in their business space. And then making sure we have that alignment with local business and where we put our dollars.
Very good, thank you. Ian, you can represent the maritime transport. Best single investment, please.
Yeah, so it may not be the best, but one thing that our big audacious goal would be that the Welland Canal is open year round. Right now, we're still burdened by the fact that it does close for 2 to 3 months per year, and we recognize that it is an engineering challenge to get it open. But as the climate changes and as we develop new technologies, we firmly believe that it's something that could create that level of reliability with marine that would be required to move it into different sectors. And certainly, as I mentioned, there there are engineering challenges, but if Elon Musk can catch a rocket falling out of the sky, I'm pretty sure we can keep a waterway open for the year.
There's the image for the day. Absolutely. Thanks so much. Michael, over to you.
Thank you, Rashmi. And let's, again, another round of applause to extend thanks for a thought-provoking discussion. And in particular to Rashmi for being such a great moderator today. So please exit to that way. The GNCC has a token of appreciation for your participation today. And so thank you again for your participation. So what I heard is that Niagara's ready to roll, ready to take off, ready to set sail, ready to hit the road, and ready to open the borders to trade. See what I did there? I also heard the key takeaway is that an investment in one mode benefits all. And so let's not take our eye off the ball, that investments in all modes is central to Niagara's future. I'm going to take the opportunity to introduce one of our valued partners for today's event. I hope they're ready. Their support has been instrumental in making this summit a success. So please join me in welcoming Shimon Isaac, the director of the Oakview Group, to the stage. And I believe he has a video presentation as well. Is Shimon here? There he is.
Good morning, everyone. I'm honored to be here today with the privilege of introducing the new Hamilton Arena. This project is set to transform the entire Golden Horseshoe area into a world-class entertainment hub. The Hamilton Arena will drive growth, creating new opportunities that will bring us together and put Southern Ontario on the global stage. At this year's Niagara Economic Summit, we're here to explore the growth and connections that will benefit our communities, businesses, and families. And with this project, we are not just enhancing entertainment options, we're also fostering economic growth that will ripple through the region. With a $300 million renovation plan, the Hamilton Arena will be Canada's only first music venue, with a capacity of over 18,000, designed with concertgoers and fans at its heart, and importantly, built with artists in mind. We're excited to have a partnership with Live Nation, the world's biggest music and live entertainment promoter. With their influence and expertise, the arena will create a steady stream of sellout shows and major concerts, giving us access to the best talent and top A-list acts. With Live Nation and other top promoters, Hamilton will see top touring talent, solidifying the arena as a go-to destination for live entertainment. This arena will be the place where artists want to perform, the increased capacity to create a larger-than-life concert experience, and our partnerships with top promoters will ensure this venue becomes a key destination on the global touring circuit. Simply put, this is where the magic happens, and Southern Ontario will be at the center of it. At Oakview Group, we have a proven track record of creating world-class venues that leave a lasting economic and cultural impact. Our recent successes like the CFG Bank Arena in Baltimore, Moody Center in Austin, and Co-op Live in Manchester, all three of which have been named in the top 5 Billboard music venues worldwide. And we did it in just a few years. Now we're bringing the same level of expertise and global connectivity right here to Southern Ontario. This broad expertise ensures that our venues not only host the biggest names in music, but also become the go-to destinations for major sporting events, further cementing their importance to the local economy and community. What sets the Hamilton Arena apart is its commitment to delivering a world-class experience. Sustainability is a core principle, and we are incorporating eco-friendly features throughout the design. Attendees will enjoy exceptional sightlines and killer acoustics, ensuring that every show is unforgettable. Our venues are designed with fan amenities, featuring the convenience of grab-and-go options, premium spaces, and diverse dining experiences. The creative layout will focus on modernized spaces where the community can gather, fostering connection and excitement. The Hamilton Arena will host over 100 shows and live events annually, projected to feature multiple sellout performances that will drive visitors from across the region. This influx will fuel tourism, increase overnight stays, and drive spending at local restaurants, hotels, and businesses throughout the Golden Horseshoe. The benefits will impact the region and beyond, strengthening local economies. As fans and performers travel through Southern Ontario and cross the US border, we'll see a marked increase in tourism, creating new opportunities and more traffic throughout Niagara and the broader region. The renovation of the Hamilton Arena is in full swing, and we're excited to be opening the doors in fall 2025. Our premium memberships will offer unparalleled access to every event at the arena, from first-of-its-kind revolutionary event-level suites to VIP seating, providing the ultimate entertainment experience. We are inviting businesses to join us as founding members and secure their place in what will be one of Canada's most sought-after venues. As a founding member, you'll secure priority access to every concert, sporting event, and live performance, an invaluable asset for client engagement and business development. By placing a deposit, you'll get first choice of the best seats in the house. Come see us at our booth to place your deposit or scan the QR code on the screen. Together, we can ensure that this project becomes a catalyst benefiting the entire region. Thank you again to the Greater Niagara Chamber of Commerce for their support, and we look forward to working with you to make this arena a key driver of the region's success. Thank you.
Thank you, Shimon, and the Oakview Group for your generous support and contribution to today's event. Contrary to popular rumor, he did not bring Taylor Swift tickets for all of us, but nevertheless, we do appreciate his participation today. So before we hear our economic update and before we take a break, we have another quick question for you via Slido. Which of these Niagara exports is of the greatest total value? We'd love your thoughts, and we'll reconvene after a 15-minute, maybe a little bit longer. I think we're a little ahead of time. Accomplished my goal to take a break. So please grab a coffee, connect with some fellow attendees, friends, and new friends, and visit the vendors, particularly the Oakview Group. And we'll see you back here shortly for our next session. Thank you. Thank you, Phil, and to our partners at the Niagara Regional Native Center. Economy is Earth. I heard that message loud and clear, so thank you for that. I think that's important for us to keep in mind. It centers us. Welcome back. So I'm sure you're all wondering which of Niagara's exports have the greatest total value. Do we have the slide? Maybe not. Anyway, it's machinery, boilers, mechanical appliances, and engines. And you got it right. Somebody must be cheating. I don't know, because I wouldn't have thought that. But I guess it's all in how you value these things. On a strict monetary basis, of course, I suppose machinery and boilers wins the day, but in terms of memories, personal fulfillment, connection to family and friends, tourism, wine, our culture sector probably deserves the #1 spot, but I digress. Now, we at the GNCC rely on the Niagara Region Economic Development Department to give us valuable and insightful data like this, and we're about to hear the latest report on Niagara's economy. But first, before we get to that, a message from one of our valued event partners, FedCap Canada. And I believe this video testimonial from the team at FedCap UK provides an introduction as to how FedCap partners with employers to fill vacancies with the best possible candidates for their roles. So please take a look, and if you have any questions, Paul and Shane with FedCap Canada are here today to work with you. If Paul and Shane are in the audience, if they could, there they are, they're table 14. So please extend your questions to them, but first a video.
Hi, I'm Balda Sanj. I'm the Strategic Sector Lead at FedCap. A key part of my job role is to work across all of our FedCap contracts, working with employers to create a mutually beneficial relationship that will hopefully lead into a partnership. An employer partnership at FedCap is where we have an agreed intervention with our employers that supports our customers into sustainable work. We have been working with Mitchells & Butlers for 18 months, and we went into partnership in January 23, which has been great news for FedCap and great news for M&B too. This has supported their recruitment needs as well as supporting our customers into sustainable work. So one of our biggest challenges in the recruitment market before working with FedCap was just access to different talent pools, how we potentially work with minority groups, people that have been out of work for a little while, and what FedCap do so well with Mitchells & Butlers and our partnership is managed to kind of identify perhaps where we've got opportunities to support some of their customers getting into work with us and building the skills from different training programs that we've got or potential apprenticeship opportunities. So it just opens up a whole world of people that we can tap into and great talent that perhaps we weren't getting access to before the partnership really kind of hit the ground running.
Working with FedCap has really helped us support our general managers with their recruitment, ensuring that they find the best team for their roles and people that really fit in with the culture at Mitchells & Butlers. FedCap provide the candidates who've already been screened ready for Mitchell & Butler roles, and all the general manager has to do is interview and then offer hopefully at the end.
This partnership has really supported FedCap and our customers moving closer into sustainable work. Together we've been able to remove barriers. Mitchells & Butler have been able to provide flexibility and opportunities for all of our customers, especially our priority groups.
I would definitely recommend working with FedCap. We both have a common goal. We want to find people sustainable work, and we want to work as well within our local communities, and FedCap give us access to huge talent pool, with all their local offices that will match the right customer to our job opportunities. And therefore we feel like we've got a job opportunity for everybody.
Thank you to FedCap Canada for their participation today, their sponsorship. And again, please see Paul and Shane if you have any human resource needs. And now it's my pleasure to introduce Blake Landry, the Manager of Economic Research and Analysis for Niagara Region's Economic Development Team. Blake is a certified economic developer with extensive experience in business startup services, economic research, and investment attraction. We have the privilege to be some of the first people in Niagara to see the key highlights from Niagara Economic Development's fall update. And I think we all can't wait, Blake. So please join me on stage and tell us how our region's doing. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So I just have to get my slide deck up on the screen there. All right, here we go. So as mentioned, I'll be taking you through kind of an overview of the key economic indicators for Niagara. And here it goes. So one thing I like to highlight first is our population growth over the last number of years. So in 2023, we reached 525,000 people in Niagara. So it was a significant milestone. In about 2022, we hit the 500,000 mark. And this is important because Niagara actually outpaced both Ontario and Canada in terms of population growth. This has certain positive implications that I'll address later in the presentation. Something else I like to mention first is the Consumer Price Index, which is a widely used measurement of inflation. So as you can see, we've come from a period of high inflation over the last couple of years, and now we're in about the target range for the Bank of Canada. So nationally, in September, we hit 1.6%. In August, we were at 2%. So this is very positive, and it's created an environment that will now result in the lowering of interest rates, which is also major implications that I'll address further in the presentation. So GDP. Over the last couple of years, the economy's been somewhat volatile from a GDP growth perspective. Things like high inflation and then the resulting interest rates created an environment that was not totally conducive to GDP growth. However, at interest rates at now 3.75% and decreasing, we're going to enter a period of better GDP growth through 2025. So that's certainly positive. So when we look at GDP per capita, so this is a measurement used to measure economic productivity. So this is a major topic of discussion in the economy in Canada. Well, in the case of Niagara, we lagged Ontario, and this is somewhat historical, has a lot more to do with demographics than it has to actually do with our economic productivity. So Niagara has an older demographic, which I'm sure we're familiar with. A lot of people who are not kind of working in the economy. So this has an impact on GDP per capita. Another thing that could result in lower GDP per capita would be population growing faster than employment. So GDP per capita is really measured by the GDP spread out by each individual in the economy. So unless people are working in the economy, then they're not really having the same positive contributions from a GDP per capita perspective. However, we do see it kind of increasing, but very gradual, and we're not going to catch up to Ontario in the near future, but it is moving in the right direction. In terms of wages and salaries per employee, so this is essentially the value of all wages and salaries divided by total employees in Niagara. So again, Niagara has historically lagged Ontario, but it actually outpaced Ontario in growth in 2023 and 2024. So we are catching up from this perspective, which indicates employers are now paying more in Niagara. So through 2025, Niagara is predicted to grow around the same as Ontario. So we've done some catch up, but we'll be about at the same pace as Ontario over the next year. In terms of primary household income per capita, so this measures the average income earned by individuals within a household from primary sources, which is the employment sources, divided by the total population. So Niagara has historically underperformed Ontario and is projected to match Ontario's growth rate in 2025. So we'll be growing at the same rate, but not necessarily catching up. So in terms of the home prices, so in August 2024, the HPI, so the home price index for Niagara was 639,000 compared to 868,000 for Ontario. So that's 26% lower than Ontario as a whole. In 2023 and 2024, Niagara actually saw a decline in HBI by about 0.2%, while Ontario saw an increase of about 0.6%. So relatively speaking, home prices are more affordable in Niagara. And when we look at the increase in wages and salaries per employee, it looks like Niagara is in a place that's somewhat more affordable than Ontario. I know it's still a challenge in our economy, affordability, but when you compare to Ontario, we're actually more attractive from that perspective. In terms of retail sales, so in Niagara, when we have economic disruptions, we always feel it disproportionately harder, but we also recover a lot quicker. So this is the same to do with retail sales. So when we're going through some economic volatility with inflation and then interest rates, we saw that discretionary spending would have come down, and that directly influences retail sales, especially given our reliance in tourism-oriented industries. But like I said, when there's a recovery, we recover faster than Ontario and Canada as a whole. Niagara is projected to grow at a rate of 3.4% through 2025, which is actually a little bit less than Ontario at 4.4%. In terms of investment in building construction, so the high inflation and resulting higher interest rates actually really took the wind out of the sails in terms of investment in building construction, particularly in residential. So not necessarily where we wanted to go. So we've seen a decline in value over the last 2 years. We would have hoped to see more because of the housing oriented challenges. However, this is directly related to the interest rates. So as the interest rates come down, we suspect a lot more investment in residential building construction to basically come back to market. So we see this growing through 2025, especially since a lot of builders are waiting on projects for more positive financial environment as it pertains to interest rates. So we're going in the right direction. Bank of Canada has been lowering the rates. We suspect they'll go down again in December, and this will only help but encourage this investment in building construction. The same can be said for commercial and institutional. So during the same period, we saw a major decline in investment in commercial construction, and same with institutional. So institutional pertains mostly to government investment, whereas commercial pertains to mostly private sector, mostly things like retail, accommodation, hospitality. So we do know that there are many commercial projects, such as large hotel construction projects, that are currently waiting for a more positive interest rate environment. So I suspect that as interest rates come down, we'll see a lot more activity in the commercial investment in building construction. One thing that never happened, though, was a decline in industrial. So Niagara has maintained a very strong position as it relates to an industrial investment in construction. Our office alone in the last 2 years has had about 30 touch points on 30 different projects, valued at about $2.6 billion, supporting the creation of 2,500 new jobs. So most of this stuff is not under construction yet, although some of it is. But I suspect through 2025, we're going to see major growth in the industrial sector, just given the projects that are currently in the pipeline. Like, the market is here right now from an industrial perspective, and we're going to start seeing the results of that, both from an investment point of view, but you'll also see that in employment. So it's about a 6-month lag from some of these investments and then some of the employment in other activity, positive economic activity. But all the indicators show, and our boots on the ground knowledge show, that it's going to be quite strong through 2025. In terms of international trade, so I always like to point this out. So Niagara is one of the few regions in all of Canada that is a trading region that has a net trade balance, a significant net trade balance. And coming out of the pandemic, our export values almost doubled. So prior to 2020, it was about 4.4%. 2022, we hit about 8.2%. 2023, we remained strong around that 8.2 billion in value. Our imports remain pretty consistent, and this resulted in a net trade balance of about $5.2 billion. And 90% of this is attributable to the manufacturing sector. And to put things in perspective, tourism expenditures prior to the pandemic were about $2.4 billion. So our exports alone is about more than double that value. So just to put things in perspective in terms of how important international trade and manufacturing really are to Niagara's economy. In terms of business counts, so we've been growing quite strong as well. Coming out of the pandemic, 21 to 2022, we struggled with some increase in employer businesses, just because a lot of businesses weren't employing new people. Some businesses weren't growing and going from 0 employees to businesses with employees. So here, in terms of businesses with employees, over the past year, we saw substantial growth. As you can see, it went from about 14,014 businesses with employees to 14,197. So that's some good growth there. And that shows that businesses are expanding and growing in Niagara. In terms of businesses without employees, so these are typically businesses that have 30,000 in revenue or more, but they're self-employed people. And we saw substantial growth in this area as well, by well over 2,000 businesses. So that's great. It speaks to the entrepreneurial culture in Niagara. It's still quite strong. A lot of business creation is happening, which will have positive implications in the future. Now to talk about kind of the labor force and employment. So this has been also quite volatile over the last couple of years, as there's little shifts in the economy. Like I mentioned, Niagara feels things quicker and more disproportionately than the province and the country. And it's been somewhat of a roller coaster after the last couple of years. But in recent months, we're actually doing very well. So when I created this graph, our labor force is about 242,000. It has now grown and is outpacing Canada and Ontario in terms of growth. And same with employment. So when I created this graph, we were at about 223,000 people employed. But again, over the last couple of months, we've been outpacing Ontario and Canada. And this is really important because as interest rates come down, Niagara is already in a growth position when it comes to employment. So I would only expect that this will continue and be much stronger as the financial environment becomes more conducive to businesses creating new jobs. In terms of the unemployment rate, so just in the last month, we've actually dipped lower than Ontario. So again, we're outperforming Ontario from an unemployment rate perspective. But like I mentioned, the last couple of years have been quite volatile given the kind of economic and financial environment. But we're going in the right direction at this point. And as I mentioned, I created these charts before the most latest data came out, and it looks even more positive than I would have expected. So it was a very good thing to see that we're actually creating jobs in Niagara right now, even with at the current interest rate levels. So I suspect as that comes down, we're going to continue on this positive trajectory. In terms of participation rate, so Niagara has historically lagged Ontario, and that's because we're the second oldest demographic in Canada, next to Victoria, BC. But again, it's quite volatile. Things that impact the economy directly influence the participation rate. So we also have that older demographic that I mentioned. So that being said, in recent months, we saw a greater participation rate. So that's also generally positive, and we hope that increases. I talked about population earlier, and one thing I'd like to mention is that in terms of our population growth, about 65% is in the 0 to 49-year-old demographic. So I suspect that as our population grows with more younger people, our participation rate will also go up and look more positive from an economic perspective. So generally speaking, we've had a rough couple of years, but the next year looks quite positive given where we're at and what we're seeing in the market. And I have good hopes for 2025. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Blake. 525,000 people. Niagara's rocking, with more to come and more opportunities on the horizon. Exciting times for sure. So thank you again, Blake, for those valuable insights into the economic landscape. You made charts interesting. Now we'd like to shift our focus to one of our key partners in driving that innovation, and that is Innovate Niagara. Let's take a moment to watch a video that highlights the incredible work that they are doing.
All great companies start as brilliant ideas. But while anyone can have a great idea, the trick is to discover how to plug it into the world and reveal its potential. But where do you begin? How do you move from idea to concept to greatness? The Innovate Niagara team can help. We offer the most comprehensive one-window approach to commercializing your idea into something more. Whether you're a graduating student, a fledgling startup, or an established business, Innovate Niagara provides the structure, services, and resources you need to get your new idea or business off the ground. We offer mentorship, market intelligence, tech incubation, workshops and events, and networking opportunities. We pair enterprises with academic and research support and provide guidance for accessing resources. Essentially, our lines reach out to all of what Ontario and Canada have to offer, and we've put it all in one place. We've done the legwork, all you need to do is plug in. Now, we know how difficult money is to come by in the early stages of your business, which is why our services are offered at little or no cost. Apply to be a client on our website for one-on-one consultation, and don't worry about being left on your own. Innovate Niagara is about building relationships and being accountable to you. We provide you with the structure for success and follow-up to ensure you stay connected. These are your ideas, and we think they're amazing. Connect with Innovate Niagara. Plug your ideas into the world.
Thank you to Innovate Niagara, a great resource and a true champion of the region. Now I would like to introduce, I'm going to mess up another name. I apologize. Naur Hage, CEO of Civic Connect, our next topic sponsor. Naur? There he is. I know. I'll make you happen.
Thanks, folks. I do not have a very slick video for you guys today, so I'm just going to talk at you for a bit. So good afternoon, everyone. I'm Noor Haj, President and CEO of Civic Connect. I want to start by thanking the Greater Niagara Chamber of Commerce for hosting today's summit and for giving me the opportunity to speak to a group of Niagara's prominent leaders, innovators, and community builders. It's an honor to be here with you all. Gatherings like the Niagara Economic Summit are crucial as they bring us together to share ideas, best practices, and innovative solutions. The discussions we have here today will lay the groundwork for a stronger, more connected Niagara, and I'm thrilled that Civic Connect can contribute to this collective vision. At Civic Connect, we focus on empowering the next generation by providing young people with the tools and experiences they need to help shape our future. As a youth-led organization based in Niagara, we have seen firsthand the incredible potential for innovation within our youth. I firmly believe that investing in young people is critical to achieving our goals for this region, and it's why Civic Connect was founded. To bridge the gap between education and employment by offering young people meaningful, paid work experiences. Since 2021, our Youth Skills Studio has provided over 900 young individuals with more than 400,000 hours of work-integrated learning. These young people have worked on impactful projects with small and medium-sized businesses, developing both technical and critical soft skills essential for today's workforce. I also want to take a chance to thank Brock and Niagara College. More than a few hundred of those students have been from your institutions. By empowering young people with economic opportunities, we're not just supporting individuals, we're fueling growth in our local economy and paving the way for a more sustainable and prosperous future. As we all know, Niagara is facing a significant housing challenge. While affordability is a crucial issue, it's not the only one. With Canada's population growing rapidly, building more homes is urgent, but it's not just about increasing the number of homes, it's about ensuring we have the skilled workforce needed to meet this demand. Over the next decade, Ontario will face a shortage of skilled workers, with more than 500,000 trades jobs expected to go unfilled. Without a sustainable workforce, we won't be able to meet our housing, manufacturing, or infrastructure needs. This is why Civic Connect has expanded its programming to focus on developing the skilled trades workforce. By leveraging our proven training methods, we're equipping young people interested in the trades with the skills and knowledge necessary for success. This investment goes beyond filling job vacancies. It builds a sustainable workforce that will drive economic growth, address business needs, and secure long-term success for our communities. At Civic Connect, we believe that every challenge is an opportunity for growth. When we launched the Youth Skills Studio, we turned the challenge of youth unemployment into an opportunity to empower the next generation. As we face the oncoming labor crisis, we approach it with the same mindset. It's not just about building developments, it's about building a workforce. This means creating access to employment opportunities and providing training supports training that supports workforce development at a regional level. This is why congregations like the Niagara Economic Summit are so important. These events allow us to unite, share knowledge and insights, and collaborate on solutions to drive our region forward. When we come together to share best practice, we strengthen our individual efforts and create a more unified, prosperous Niagara. I want to thank the GNCC once again for bringing us together today. As leaders, we are responsible for investing in the future by championing innovation and creating opportunities for the next generation. I look forward to turning today's discussions into meaningful actions. Together, we can build a stronger, more resilient Niagara. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Naur. A common thread that I'm hearing through all the speakers today, we have to invest in that talent. And so I'm thrilled to hear those words from Naur, and thrilled to promote the work of Civic Connect. It's doing great work here in the region. Before we introduce our next panel, Innovation in Home Building, let's set the stage with a question for all of you, again via Slido. As we looked at the future of manufacturing and its role in home building, we want to hear your thoughts. What do you see as the primary barrier to faster housing construction in Niagara? Don't ask Chuck McShane, he's going to have lots of opinions. But please. talent, workforce, red tape. Fun fact, I started my career in politics in government working for Frank Sheehan, the MPP for Lincoln riding, just down the highway, where he was chair of the Red Tape Review Commission. And I thought in 1995 we had cut all the red tape. We apparently failed. More to come. So housing and innovation in housing is a topic critical as Niagara continues to grow, and the demand for affordable, sustainable housing rises. The home building sector is evolving, but challenges remain, whether it's regulations, land availability, labor shortages, productivity. Our next panel will dive into these issues and explore how innovation can overcome the barriers and drive faster, more efficient construction in the region. So let's welcome our panelists to the stage, and I'll introduce them one by one. Please join us on this one by one, starting at the stage over here. Our moderator, Steph Vivier, is the host of Niagara in the Morning on 610 CKTB. She gave me a good grilling this morning on radio, and also brings hands-on experience as a business owner in the construction industry, a dual threat. Her energy and industry knowledge will guide today's discussion. Jordan Beekis is the Director of Sustainable Development at Rankin Renewable Power, Inc., with expertise in renewable energy projects across the hydro, wind, and solar development space. His work focuses on sustainable energy solutions for the future. Leilani Lee Yates, recently appointed CAO of the Niagara Peninsula Conservation Authority, brings over 20 years' experience in environmental planning and watershed management, and her leadership has been key in helping shape strategic conservation programs in Niagara. Ramsha Ahmed is ESG manager for KPMG's Global Infrastructure Advisory Team. With nearly a decade of experience in sustainability and climate change policy, she has developed strategies to support low carbon economies and community resilience. So please join me in welcoming our panelists to the stage. And now over to you, Steph. Thank you.
Well, thank you so much. And, much of our discussion today, all of the different topics that we're getting into and industries we're discussing really do root back to this panel, I think, that we have here, which is housing. And as important as that is, we want to balance it with the beautiful ecosystem that we have here in Niagara. So I'm very interested to have this discussion with you all today. So let's get right into it, talking about some of the challenges in balancing the need for rapid housing development with environmental sustainability and how the industry can address these obstacles. So I think, Jordan, you're best positioned to start with this one.
Sure. I think I should probably clarify because I realized maybe I sent in the wrong introduction. One of the challenges, I work for Rankin, probably many people here know Rankin, and one of the things to note is we're involved in a lot of different things. So my focus is on the renewable energy side of things, but as you also probably know, we do buildings now. And previously would say that's recent, but 5 years passes pretty quickly, and we have buildings going up all over Niagara. It used to be, we said in our first building, how are we going to get the paver on the roof? But now it's something that's a whole department within Rankin. So my space in the renewable side comes to how do we integrate that into these buildings? How do we innovate in that? What I see when you talk about these being at odds, I don't think they really are at odds. Let's put it this way. If you look at the things that are prioritized or need to be prioritized for sustainability, we're talking about things like density. We're talking about things like you're talking about efficiency in design, so smaller scale in a lot of cases, a lot of density and infilling. All of these things are easier to build in a sense that they're smaller, they're faster, there's efficiencies of shared infrastructure. There's all kinds of things that make it easier to build. Where we struggle is we're not used to building it. So I think it's really more of a learning curve. I think it's more that we have a challenge when you go to your subcontractors, when you go to your suppliers, when you look at the materials that are available, they're built around what we build today. And that comes to regulation as well and everything else. So you can go and look at all the most innovative stuff out there, and trust me, that's what I do, and it frustrates very much the people who I work with. But you can't just go and take something that's being done in Europe. You can't go to the East Coast and say, here's some innovation and plop it in here, because the suppliers don't even know it exists. They don't have that experience, and the people don't know how to install it. So I think that the learning curve is one of the biggest challenges, but the good news is it's not a technical challenge. It's just a process we have to get through, and we have to create that capability.
Ramsha, I see you shaking your head down there.
I agree with that. And I think just the other perspective that I'll bring in from an environmental and sustainability perspective, some of the responses that I saw on the screen from the Slido question was one of the challenges was around red tape and regulatory environments and navigating that. Some of the regulatory environments that are created help promote environmental sustainability, especially as we're developing housing. I spent several years working for the government doing environmental assessments for large infrastructure projects. And those mechanisms are in place to help protect the environment in a variety of different areas, in land, water, looking at migratory birds, very specific things that take up a lot of time, but they help promote the sustainability within the environment. The government is working towards streamlining those processes to accelerate housing and its development, but I think regulatory environments support that. But even beyond regulatory environments, I think the community coming together to be able to share data is another way to ensure the environment is protective while accelerating development. And an example of that is there's a lot of organizations that are collecting data in their own spaces, but there's no platform where that data is being shared. So we have not-for-profits that are going out and doing biomonitoring, for example, or we have Indigenous communities that have a lot of traditional knowledge that can be used to accelerate developments. And just having platforms in place for that data and that information knowledge sharing will help kind of balance both challenges together.
Leilani, I'll just bring to you the part of this question that had the word rapid in it. How quickly is the Conservation Authority able to respond when, met with the requests from those who want to develop?
Mm-hmm. Well, you mentioned regulatory authority, and a conservation authority is one. We do regulate development in hazard lands and areas, which is one of our mandated responsibilities. But through Conservation Ontario and with our conservation partners and working with the development industry, we are looking to streamline and improve our customer service. So a typical permit, when you get to permit stage, if it's a straightforward, regular, routine permit, it's 1 to 14 days for approval. Some of the more complex, particularly if they're running in tandem with the planning application, could be 2 to 4 weeks, depending on the number of submissions, et cetera. But where we position ourselves to help with the process is to ensure, and as you mentioned, the science, the information, the data that can feed into those decisions and feed into the review of the applications to ensure we aren't putting houses and people at risk in flood or erosion hazard areas. And also looking at best practices and procedures so that we can streamline those reviews.
Thank you for that. Let's talk about the technological innovations that are currently being used in housing development. And I think, Jordan, you sort of spoke to that perhaps there's technology out there that we're not tapping into quite yet. How can we tap into these and help expedite construction while maintaining quality and affordability, which is a word I think we're going to talk a lot about today?
Yeah, I don't know. We have a lot of ideas, as I said. Rankin is looking into, as I'm sure everyone is aware, is being done everywhere, is looking into more standardization. Sort of, if we look at skilled trade shortages, there's definitely the possibility that building things more on an assembly line, factory, interior sort of position. We're not there yet, admittedly, but we do believe that there's a lot of potential there. So it's something we're looking into. But I think I'd sort of push back on the question of, I don't really think that the construction is really that much of a bottleneck on building. The fact of the matter is, we just recently completed a project, and I'll admit I'm not the building guy, I'm the energy guy, but I talked to my colleagues, and Port Cares was an interesting building because I didn't know we were building it. So I was busy with my energy side of things and went over them to say, hey, I'm going to be speaking at this thing. They didn't want to speak. So give me what you got. Tell me what's going on. And they tell me about this project. And I said, I never heard of it. And they said, well, we started talking in January and it's ready to move in now. Okay, that's 41 units. That's pretty quick to me, right? But the challenge is that's in a place where they wanted that development, and they did exactly what they said. They streamlined the process, 14 days, all those things sound great when you compare to what we actually end up seeing. And really just said, if you want this to move forward, you have to sit down at the table, make sure you don't skip over those things, and choose to move forward. And I think that the construction doesn't really need to be streamlined to that degree. I think that a lot of that is really more driven by how do we reduce costs? How do we deal with the fact that it's getting harder and harder to find bricklayers and people who have those skilled trades that are really hard to do? But I think that from an expediting process, I think we really need to look to the process of getting to that start of construction. I think beyond that, we move quite quickly.
Leilani, I want to ask you with this question when it comes to innovations, and we think of technological innovations, but earlier this morning you were telling me about some pretty simple things that do speak to an affordability piece when it comes to how builders can just implement them into the construction.
I think it's important when we think about environmental protection and enhancement that it's integrated as part of the development. So, no longer looking them at, juxtaposed or, we're fighting the elements, but we're actually integrating the natural environment and the ecosystem services they provide into the site. So, for example, maintaining wetlands and water courses, increasing riparian planting so that the water does flow and it's retained on the site. You're not creating any runoff into new development or existing development. But you can do things as easy on site level as plant a tree, a native species tree, ensure that we're enhancing our tree coverage, which can, reduce greenhouse gas emissions, carbon sequestration improvements, but also shade our communities as well and create recreation and amenities. So I think there's a lot of opportunities to see the environment as a part of the development rather than an area we should fence off and just keep to the side and protect.
Yeah, Ramsha, I think it may be more simple than some make it seem.
Yeah, and I think on the onset, just thinking of it as, an asset. What does this bring to the development? We talked this morning about a project we did with Fort Erie looking at natural asset valuations, and we looked at Fort Erie's owned natural assets as well as watershed-wide, our natural cover, and the assets those provide. And we looked at them from recreational opportunities, carbon sequestration, stormwater runoff management, as well as looking at it from ecosystem habitat services. And, watershed-wide, we're looking at, for you to replace all those services, about $400 million annually. So when you're looking at a new site and a development in a secondary plan area in a community, look at them as your assets and what services they can provide. And sometimes easy things as leaving them where they are may help with the overall development.
Sure. Ramsha?
So I'm going to shift gears a little bit and talk to you about a technology that I see being utilized across the different sectors, mainly in manufacturing, but I think there's a lot of applicability within the housing sector, and that's the concept of digital twins. So creating a digital replica of a building prior to it being constructed. And this gives developers, architects, engineers an understanding of what the building can look like. They can test out different designs, layouts, figure out different energy patterns to help reduce consumption of energy. It's a great way to simulate what the infrastructure would look like before investing a lot of money into it. It'll help. It's also a great tool for engagement as well. So when you have a live digital replica of an infrastructure, you're going out to governments, different stakeholders, your community members. It's a very useful tool to create a very meaningful dialogue with them because they know exactly what you're trying to build. It creates more buy-in as well. You can have a digital twin for an infrastructure, but you can also create digital twins for processes as well. So architectures and developers can look at construction timelines and replicate that, figure out what the delays might be within that process, reduce costs, time, and figure out efficiencies as well. Some digital twins are way more advanced, and they can actually create sustainability assessments for the infrastructure itself. So they're able to predict the waste generation that's going to come out of it, energy consumption that's going to be used, water usage as well. So when a developer is creating one, being able to integrate that sustainability assessment within the actual process helps them work towards larger sustainability goals, helps them meet or exceed regulatory requirements. The other really great thing about it is that it allows the developer to learn about what the occupancy would be, what the post-occupancy results would be. So understanding once the building is occupied, the learnings that come out of it, to be able to use that for future developments as well. And it really helps with choosing materials, choosing designs that are more resilient in nature. So if they're able to predict the use of that building, how it's going to be impacted by extreme weather events, they're going to end up choosing materials that are more resilient in nature. Again, further increasing the longevity. All of this is an investment upfront. That technology is pretty costly. It's pretty nascent as well. But being able to invest into something that's innovative will produce more long-term efficiencies, especially if you're creating larger projects across the region.
Well, Ramsha, you mentioned some of the materials in that project, and the next question has to do with those green building technologies or materials that are currently being used in Niagara sector. How can they contribute to reducing the region's overall carbon footprint?
I think there's a lot of different materials out there. And I think when it comes to materials, just identifying which ones that are most resilient to climate and doing a climate risk assessment often helps determine which materials would be best used for a specific building. And then when you're creating a building, often looking at its surroundings as well, being able to understand if it's in a flood prone area. If it is, then you need flood resistant materials, for example. So just understanding the external environment, but also doing climate risk assessments to see how climate is changing over time and determining which materials would withstand some of those changes can help a developer or a community be more forward looking.
Jordan, can you speak to some of the materials and your position with sustainability with Rankin? And certainly you would be sourcing and looking at those types of things.
Yeah, I have to say I haven't really gotten into that level. I focus largely on energy. I would say Rankin, with our core being heavy civil contracting, we have an affinity for concrete, which has some climate challenges with it, but we also look at ways to do that. And I speak to the resiliency side. There's certainly a benefit there, right, when we're talking about building these structures for the long term. So we're not talking about something that's going to rot or be damaged or degraded. You're talking 100-year plus structures. And that's something that we really push on and try to then mitigate the carbon emissions from that through different technologies there. But in terms of, I think you also mentioned technology. And I think where we're seeing a lot of changes right now is in the space I know a bit better, which is towards electrification. And when you look to carbon emissions, materials are something, again, we're working towards, but the electrification is really two things. It's, and you're talking in the housing sector at least, it's transportation and it's heating. It's HVAC systems. It's transportation and heating. What's very interesting about them and where I see the most potential for the carbon emissions of Niagara, but also affordability in the long term, is that we look at how residential spaces play into the total energy mix, and the things that we're changing right now, those two things are larger than anything else that's in the residential space. People always worry when in the energy sector you want to say, hey, we could really make this a lot cheaper if it wasn't for the fact that demand, we just consider it does what it does and we have to deal with it. But we actually looked at demand as something that would be responsive to market signals. And they go, well, you want me to sit alone in the dark, right? And well, really, that doesn't make any difference. LED lighting, things of that nature, we've driven those energy uses so far down. Put your lights on when you need them, watch your television, whatever else. But when it comes to heating and cooling your space, when it comes to charging up your electric vehicle, I've been driving electric since 2011. And I have two 75 kilowatt hour batteries sitting in my driveway that get charged at various states, and 24 kilowatt hours used throughout the day on average for a household in Ontario. So the difference there is enormous. And the difference is that you can move when we charge electric vehicles. So what we see is a lot of technology in that space, whether we're talking about using a certain size service and not having to upgrade that because all the chargers share that power and communicate to each other to make sure that you don't spike your service and have to make it oversized, or whether you're talking about, and this is something more of a wish list than it's out there right now, but we're definitely moving towards heat pumps and other things from an economic perspective. Air source heat pumps are ridiculously cost effective, but they present challenges with peaks and storage and things of that nature. So whether that's your peak for your service size or for what the grid needs, I think that's where we really need to look to that next level of innovation. And one thing I'm trying to push, and some of my colleagues are still trying to catch up on, is that thermal storage is something that I think is going to be a huge part of this. Because if we can swing when people charge their vehicles, because they sit idle most of the vast majority of the time, and change when that happens. And if we change when your air conditioning and your heating is running and store that energy for when it's needed to keep your house at that nice constant temperature, now all of a sudden we're going to save a fortune on the grid. Instead of building out this very expensive electricity grid with all these batteries and all this storage and all this technology and keeping gas on just in case, we can move that to this sector if we're thinking ahead far enough. And I think that's where, as I said, there's a lot of learning curve to be done, but that's sort of where I focus on the technology.
Yeah, far ahead. How far ahead, Jordan?
Well, it's going quickly, right? So I'm watching two things here. I'm watching in this space saying we need all this housing so quickly, and I just came back from a conference in Calgary where it says we need to double our electricity sector, and it's how many trillions of dollars in investment. And I sit there and I try and put the two together and say, you don't have to spend as much if we think about how we use power. Let's stop looking at these in silos and say, don't spend all the money on the electricity sector, not as much. Put that onus or put that opportunity really to the people who can move that load and can make it much more cost effective, because making housing accessible isn't about just building it. It's about making it cost effective day one, and it's about making it cost effective when you live there so people can continue to live affordably for many years to come.
A big shift in the mindset of how we're building now.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Leilani, did you want to chime in on some of the materials being used in the housing sector now that reduce the overall carbon footprint?
Perhaps not so much materials in the housing, but the technologies that are being used within these new communities, and also retrofitting, and wearing the conservation hat and concern about the impacts of climate that have been noted. We're going to see warmer weather. We're going to see more extreme weather events in terms of short durations of intense rainfall. And what are the types of innovation and technologies that the industry is bringing forward? And we're seeing low impact development and green infrastructure, which is very promising, which allows us to retain water on site and have it slowly released out into the water courses and receiving natural environment, so that it reduces runoff and erosion within our natural features, and helps on a flood mitigation and storm water management side. So I think it's very promising, and there's different techniques that can be used, from say large underground storage, infiltration, kind of those Caltech type innovative designs, to more surface-oriented bioswales, or even wetland creation, or rooftop storage. So there's a lot of opportunities to build that into the overall framework for the development, and to look at best practices, as you noted, right? Looking elsewhere and learning from each other. And one thing that the Conservation Authority can bring to the table is that science research and community of practice that we have experience with throughout Ontario with our other municipalities and conservation authorities, and bring some of those examples and some of those ideas. And also, as a conservation authority, we walk the walk and talk the talk. So we have been implementing these types of technologies within our conservation areas when we have new capital projects such as parking lots, or we have to improve bridges, or make our areas more accessible. So for Rockway Conservation Area, as an example, we built a new parking lot, but we put permeable pavers in. Over in Cave Springs, again, we had to improve parking lot and trail access. So we looked at infiltration galleries and a rain garden as an example of how we can take flows off, the areas where the trails are and in the parking lot, and infiltrate them and retain them back into the soil. And also looking at construction techniques. Over in St. John's, we had to improve a bridge. So instead of doing hardened armor stone on our slope, we looked at some geotextile, flexible bioengineering on the slopes so that we are allowing for plant growth while locking it in from an engineering perspective. So there's lots of opportunities, and I would just encourage people to table them so we can discuss them and see whether they would work or not, or if there are best practices elsewhere that we can look at and research further.
The opportunities are certainly there. How can sustainable construction practices be integrated into large-scale housing projects without significantly increasing costs or project timelines? Ramsha, we'll start with you on this one.
I think from using methodologies that are currently in practice would reduce those costs and time efficiency and create those time efficiencies. I think some of the things that you've mentioned are things that I've seen as well. Permeable pavements, super easy to do. Like it's not a very technologically innovative idea, but it's something that needs to be introduced, and that helps with runoff. It helps reduce that concrete pavement. Rain gardens as well, creating that at the top of different buildings, being able to create surfaces that are that have plants in nature. It also cools the overall building as well. So just simple ideas like that, and integrating them and making them routine as part of building development. So that should be something that introduced by a builder as part of a development, and be just adopting best practices like that, being able to include different technologies when it comes to capturing light, like for example, passive solar developments where natural light is being used, so you don't have to turn off your lights as much. So things like that. So things that are just easy design changes, easy things that you can put in. Gardens, everybody knows, are helpful. Creating parkettes, creating green spaces across buildings, reducing concrete, things like that, I think are just easier ways to increase sustainability and drive down costs.
Yeah, Jordan, I think that's always any construction project. It's all about the costs and the project timelines, isn't it?
Yeah, and I think it is a challenge going to some of the things you're talking about. I think those are all great things. And I think that they should need to be considered and integrated in. But I do want to point out the challenge that, and I'll admit I'm leaning a bit on my renewable energy experience here, is when you see that we're trying to make a change towards something that is whether it's towards further sustainability or towards an urgent need for housing, or an urgent need to switch over from polluting, emitting sources to non-emitting, I think we have to recognize that we're in a totally different environment than we used to be in terms of regulatory environment and all the stakeholders and things. Like, these are all positive things, but we have to realize that we have a lot of momentum as a society. So the existing houses that never had to consider and add in those things, well, they're already there, they're built, they get to continue on, and we want to make a change, we want to make it quickly. I think we have to really make sure that we don't let it become anything more than a collaboration and a quick collaboration to say, let's sit down and get this done. It can't sit on someone's desk, it can't be a paperwork study, it has to be fast, because we're competing against technologies, infrastructure, things that have an embedded advantage, that they already have been built, they've been used, they're known, they have so many advantages. If we need to turn a ship around, we can't make it, we can't only operate at the sort of leading edge. But I think the one thing I noted from the question, just to jump back to it, is you talked about large scale. And what I would note is some of the technology that we are most interested in trying actually requires large scale. So there's something actually very beneficial about the fact that and just to give you the main example, I said air source heat pumps can be very cost effective. When we go to ground source heat pumps, I thought, we'll do some geothermal. Reached out to everyone in the industry, not that many, but there are a few, and reaching out to them, and it was, how many units do you have? That's not big enough. We can't make the business model work there. They're all bringing it out of Toronto. It's got to be a certain number of units. It's got to be a certain scale before geo can work. And that's, our first project that's going to use that is going to be in Port Dalhousie. And instead of 50 units, it's 100 and I don't actually know the current number, 150, 160, something like. Now we actually have that scale to get that done. When we look to the really innovative technologies like, and I'm going to completely forget the name of the company, but in Toronto, as many people know, they use lake water to cool large sections of the city. They'll only deal with, communities. You need to have not one building, but 20 or 50 or 100. You need to have an area. So I see scale as somewhat an enabler. If we want to talk about some of the really cool things, district heating, geothermal, those things are some of the biggest and sort of long-term robust things we can do for energy and longevity there. But you can't go small. You have to do large scale in order to make the economics work. So I think that to me is really a plus, is to integrate that sustainability on the scale side of things.
Yeah, and take advantage when you have those big projects. Leilani, when it comes to the timelines, you spoke about the NPCA's current studies, your current relationships with municipalities. Speak to how you aren't that cog in the wheel, that you are facilitating these projects moving forward.
So I think a strong role of a conservation authority, not just from a regulatory perspective, but we play many other roles within the community. And I've mentioned it before, is the partnerships we can bring to the table, potential funders that we can bring to the table, emerging science and innovation that we can bring to the table as well. So even though we do have that mandate focus on permits and plan review, we also have a whole other branch of the work that we do that kind of forecast to the future of like, okay, what's happening in terms of climate change within the industry, within different restoration and stewardship practices, and how can we bring that down here to the watershed, and how can we make them applicable? And I think somebody said boots on the ground. Like, how do you make it meaningful for the types of communities that we have and the communities that we are building? So I think from a partner perspective, I'd encourage you to see us beyond just the regulatory, our planners kind of checking the box to make sure that the applications can go forward, but all the value to added services that we can provide to help people get to the point where they want with their development, and be a partner at the table and see what resources we can bring as well.
Oh, thank you for that. What role do green planning initiatives such as energy efficient homes and eco-friendly infrastructure play in building smarter communities, and how can we accelerate their adoption? Jordan, we'll start with you on this one.
Maybe not the best choice. I will say that I struggle with a lot of that stuff, because I look at it as how do we build, how do we act, what are the outcomes? And I find I've participated in some things that I think would fall into that category, and I find I sort of, maybe it's a little bit of the undiagnosed ADD or whatever else, but I sort of drift off and go, okay, where's the outcomes? We're talking, we're going around in circles. I think it's great to be planning, and I think we absolutely need planning. But I always want to see, how does that directly connect to getting stuff done? And I often struggle with that. So I'll admit I'm not the best to answer that.
Where's the disconnect there for you? Like, why doesn't planning turn into action in your view?
I think it's just operating at a different level. Honestly, like that's not necessarily where I thrive, I would say, but I don't. Yeah, I just haven't seen a lot of good examples of it. Let's just put it that way. I don't know if I can really give you a good answer for that.
Thank you for that. Ramsha?
So working in KPMG's global infrastructure advisory practice, I get to see a lot of best practices around cities in Canada, but across the world as well. And one of the patterns I've noticed on what creates a smart or sustainable city is before the actual infrastructure is built, that design process is very citizen centric, and that being able to create communities and infrastructure that has citizens' perspective weaved into it helps create those smart, sustainable, future forward looking cities. Being able to create avenues and platforms with different members of the communities, regulatory individuals that work in regulatory environments, governments, conservation authorities, different not-for-profit organizations coming together, as well as citizens being able to chime in and talk about their needs when it comes to housing, what kind of diverse housing things that they need, like the infrastructure that they need in order to thrive within those communities is super important. And I see that across all over the world, where that is being integrated allows for that future forward city, as well as connectivity. I think connectivity is the other theme. When you're able to create infrastructure that is connected to other community hubs, is connected to transit, that helps increase the livelihood of that community. They're able to find people that they can connect to, job opportunities, being able to understand the landscape around them and how they're connected, and also creates more sustainability in that way where when you're more connected to something, you're accountable and responsible for it. And communities that thrive are all connected in various ways. It helps them be a part of that community and then work towards a long-term goal of resiliency.
Thank you. In recent years, we've seen significant damage from flooding and heavy rainfall in Niagara, and this seems likely to increase as extreme weather incidents grow more frequent. Leilani, I imagine this is something the Conservation Authority is keeping a very close eye on.
Absolutely. Again, knowing that we have a strong mandate in natural hazard management, we are required by the province, but it's also been our practice since, we first got into the business of being a conservation authority to understand what is happening in terms of a changing climate. What does that mean in terms of identifying and understanding natural hazards on the landscape? Mapping them out, having the science and the modeling so that if development does come forward, or even through broader watershed planning, looking at those what if scenarios. So what if we wish to develop this type of community? What if we are putting this type of, impervious surface? What does that mean in terms of impacts of flooding? So this is very much at the core of what conservation authorities do and the science that we produce to inform decisions on growth and development within our communities. But we're also looking at other ways to mitigate flooding and the impacts of climate change. And again, we touched on this through our other avenues around restoration and stewardship and public education and engagement with our communities so that people understand, these are the potential impacts. This is where it can happen. What can you do as a landowner within your own property or broader as a community or a municipality to help mitigate those impacts and what those measures can be, which we touched on a lot today around potential green infrastructure or restoration or enhancement opportunities, and really giving some forethought into what we need to improve sort of that carrying capacity of our environment as we continue to grow within the peninsula.
Well, let's get into that a little bit. Like, how can we mitigate damage from these incidents in new and existing builds? Jordan, do you want to start?
Yeah, I think I'll say that's not my area, but I've heard a lot of from my colleagues, and I'd say our CEO, Tom Rankin, has been talking to me about that for so many years. I should have been paying more attention, but essentially, the biggest comment I take away from it is that I think we really need to be realistic about what we need to be planning for. We have tools, right? We do build these retention systems. We look at infiltration. You mentioned a number of different things that can be built into it. But I think from the construction side, it still seems like we're building for storms that were previously what we'd expect, rather than looking ahead and saying, okay, what used to be a 100-year storm is now a 5-year storm, right? What used to be, what we're planning for, we're somewhat still behind. Well, at least that's what I keep hearing is, we're not really taking into consideration how much of a change has occurred, and I think we have to get ahead of that. My personal view, I think we're pretty blessed where we are in Niagara, living on a big hill between bodies of water. Everything has a place to go, but yeah, that doesn't mean we don't have a whole bunch of localized issues around Niagara that need to be addressed. And I think that's really just a question of planning and making sure that we're aiming for the right target.
Sure, Ramsha?
So for new builds, simple things like site selection, just choosing sites that are not flood prone would be a good place to get started, and a very kind of basic first step. Also, just constructing on elevated surfaces, another kind of basic thing that can be done to reduce impacts of flooding. When it comes to existing builds, then it's more prevention that needs to be put into place. So mitigation such as flood barriers or sump pumps are just mitigative measures that can be put into place when it comes to existing builds. The other thing I think that kind of brings everything together is that education piece. So there's mitigative actions that you can take for new builds and existing builds, but creating communities that are educated when it comes to extreme weather events, when it comes to flooding, extreme heat, any other kind of extreme events, and just knowing how to respond to those challenges is super important. So we have that readiness piece. We also have that preparedness piece. One piece really focuses on knowledge and capacity building. The other one focuses on things like early warning systems. So being able to put in technology in place where those early warning systems are triggered, and you're able to determine how intense and how frequent that extreme weather event, whether that's flooding or another one, is likely to happen. And that creates more resilient communities. It allows for those mitigative actions to come into fruition a lot sooner, reducing the impact on new or existing builds.
How can collaboration between government, developers, and technology innovators drive more sustainable housing solutions while meeting the growing demand in urban and suburban areas? Let's talk collaboration. Leilani, do you want to start?
Sure. I think it's been kind of a running theme, and what I'm saying is partnerships are very important. We can't do this on our own. And one area that the Conservation Authority would like to explore with our partners is bringing training and information on green technologies and low impact development. And that is, entrenched in our strategic plan that we'd like to bring that type of community practice to Niagara. And I know it's here, but how can we enhance that and bring some more resources and information so that it's better understood how they can be more easily incorporated, or what might work out in the Oak Ridges Moraine may not work here because we have tight clay soils and they have very sandy soils, and there can be infiltration very easily. So I think there's a role that we can play in bringing forward that research and that information and that innovation to help push the envelope and the ideas around green technologies and low impact development. But I also think keeping an open dialogue, and if people have fresh new ideas, being at the table to understand can they be easily implemented here, and if not, what the challenges are, and then is there a role we can play as kind of that science broker or environmental agency or conservation agency to help move it along.
Thank you for that. All right, we're just going to go with one final question for each of you now. What is one recommendation that you would make that would result in the greatest impact for a more sustainable housing in Niagara? Let's start with you, Ramsha.
I think I'm going to go back to that point that's come up quite a bit, and that's that need for collaboration. And one of the things that was mentioned also on the Slido, again, was how do we work together in order to create more sustainable housing? And governments, I've worked in government, and I work for the private sector now, working with different industries. So I kind of see the perspective of both sides, and recognizing both sides do want to make a difference. They do want to do the right thing. And it's just understanding both processes. So industry working with government to kind of highlight some of the challenges that really happen with regulatory processes and how they can further streamline those processes to accelerate development so it meets the needs of our community at a faster rate. And then really leveraging the regulatory processes that are already in place and enhancing them so we start looking at the environmental impacts in a more meaningful way. So the regulatory pathways that are there are supposed to protect people and the environment, but making sure those pathways are leveraged in the best way possible. I think that is a way that we can continue to work together. I think just also understanding the technological and emerging trends that are out there, as I think Jordan mentioned as well, that we're building for what we need today, and we're building with things that we have right now. And while it suits the needs of our communities today and maybe in the next 5 years, because of the various changes that are happening within our communities, climate change, new technology that's coming out, how our communities and the needs of our diverse populations are changing, it may not be able to withstand those growing changes and those growing trends. So really having that future forward approach when it comes to building for the future, and that's going to come when industry, government, not-for-profit organizations, conservation authorities, and technology providers come together. There is that kind of hesitancy of using technology to then predict the future. There's a lot of regulatory kind of challenges of using technology and integrating that within infrastructure development and the construction process, but we really need that in order to move forward, and that's how we're going to move forward, where everybody's at the table. We're able to understand everyone's unique challenges based on where they work and those environments, but kind of working towards that common goal together.
Thank you for that. Jordan, your recommendation that would have the greatest impact for a more sustainable housing industry here in Niagara?
Yeah, I wish I had some really cool technology or like super project or something, but unfortunately it's going to come back to the things we've already talked about and I think popped up very large on the word cloud there. I hate the term, I must admit, but it came from all of my colleagues and those in our building sector, is that red tape idea. And I'm going to take a little liberty and reframe it and say red tape is a great way to point fingers, but I'd say what we really need to do is decide. And I think we lack deciders. I think we need to sit down at the table because these things that we're dealing with our regulations, with the environment, with looking forward, they're all important. But what we need to do is stop passing the buck around with a submission here and a wait time here and all these things sitting together. We can address these things much faster. And that takes people willing to take some responsibility, sit down, deal with the issues, and decide what you want to do, because we know we can build it quickly. If you decide you want to move forward with housing, we would decide what that wants to look like, what we want that to look like. This doesn't need to be a long process, but that to me is the positive spin on red tape, is let's sit down and decide.
Thank you. It is possible. And Leilani, last word to you.
I think in the spirit of reframing things and going back to earlier when I was saying, I encourage the room to think about the environment and our ecosystem services as integrated and as part of the process, a part of the design, and as part of the community. So again, when we have that as, the lens, when we begin to have those discussions, then I think we can have like fruitful ideas come forward and look at the importance of the environment too as part of the development.
Well, thank you for that. Rem Shah Hamed with KPMG, Leilani Lee Yates from the Niagara Peninsula Conservation Authority, and Jordan Bekas with Rankin. Thank you.
Thank you.
And back to you, Michael.
Thank you all for that wonderful discussion. So once again, thanks to our panelists for a thought-provoking discussion. At the far end there is a token of our appreciation for your participation. So once again, thank you. In particular, thank you to Steph for moving that conversation along. My notes suggest that I'm trying to summarize that conversation, and I'm not sure that I can. But if you'll indulge me with a little bit of editorial comment to suggest that Canada has a productivity problem. And according to the stats, the productivity in construction is at a 30-year low, particularly housing construction. But we heard today that the reasons for that productivity challenge is complicated, and so are the solutions. We need innovative solutions in finance, design, resilient infrastructure, labor, and yes, productivity, technology. And do it all with a view to affordability, of course. Do it cheap if you can. The solutions are to be found, and I think we heard a few today. And if we can find more of those solutions here in Niagara, I think the world will open to us. The panel might not have solved all the problems today, but they have given us a lot of ideas to think about, and all the ideas must contribute. Most important, partnership and collaboration is the key. So in that spirit, I'd now like to introduce our next presentation from Sophie Araya. Again, it's the names, I apologize. Regional Manager for Ontario Hydropower and Dams from Hatch, who will say a few words. Hatch is celebrating their 100th anniversary, is a global leader in engineering and project management, and we're fortunate to have them here in Niagara, helping to drive positive change in our region and beyond. Sophie, please join me.
Good afternoon, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here with the Greater Niagara Chamber of Commerce, along all of you who, just like us at Hatch, are looking to shape the future of the Niagara region. I would like to ask by asking you a question. When we think of the Niagara region, what is the first thing that comes to your mind? Any idea? That's not the answer. Okay. Waterfalls, exactly. So it's the Niagara Falls. It's the Niagara River. It's that incredible force of nature that throughout the years formed an entire ecosystem. It created a legacy for the region in which Hatch, previously Acres, has been a part of. From hydro to hydrogen. This is the journey of the Niagara River, and this is the journey of Hatch in Niagara. From being a pioneer in hydropower back in the early 1900s to being a partner in the decarbonization of Ontario's economy with hydrogen production. I'm going to walk you through that journey. So I'll take you all the way back a century ago when the Sir Adam Beck hydroelectric station was built. It was the largest hydroelectric station in the world at that time. This was a project where Dr. Henry Akers, when Dr. Henry Akers laid out the foundation of Akers International, which later joined Hatch in 2004. What's really special about this project is that it took the power of the Niagara River to power Ontario. And it wasn't just about engineering what made it great. It was about creating something that could influence and affect the region for generations to come. And that legacy continued over the years. Decades after that, Hatch took also a part in the Niagara Tunnel project. As owners engineers, we worked with other partners to optimize that same energy that was produced out of the Niagara, the same energy that was generated from the Niagara River. So with that project, we ended up powering additional 160,000 homes and businesses. And today, we are also a partner in the Atura Power Niagara Hydrogen Center. For this project, Hatch did the feasibility study. And this project used the same power that was generated from the Niagara River to produce green hydrogen. And this project is vital for the decarbonization of Ontario's economy. So you might be wondering, what drives us at Hatch to do all the work that we do in Niagara? For us, it's simple. We think of ourselves as partners in tackling the world's toughest challenges. We have a very simple yet profound vision. It's to create positive change. We're not here to just do engineering project. We're here to create a great difference in the communities that we operate in. That's what we've done throughout the previous century, and that's what we're hoping to do for the next century. So let me ask you a question. What impact we could create for the Niagara region if we combine all of our strength together? So I'm going to remind our clients that we're here to partner with you, and to all the students and innovators here in the room, we're here to turn your vision into real-life solutions. Because when we bring our strength together and our unique skills together, we don't just solve today's problems, but we create a legacy. And this is exactly the positive change that we at Hatch thrive to create. So today we heard about all the needs and interesting ideas for the Niagara region. We were encouraged to discover the Elon Musk version of each one of us. And we were reminded to think about the 7 generations ahead in the future. So with all of that, I would encourage you, as we head into lunch, to think about what the Niagara region can become if we all came together. And whatever that is, I can assure you that we are at Hatch ready to make that happen with you. Thank you, and enjoy your lunch.
Thank you. The boundless optimism of engineers. They have solutions. Thank you for that. And as noted, lunch is now served. So we'll be back the program at about 12:45, maybe a few minutes before, if we can move some things along. Enjoy your lunch, enjoy the networking, and we'll see you all in a few. I must say, I'm really hesitant to call the meeting to order, shall we say, but there's such energy in the room. It's great to see. But if we could get going with the rest of the program, we'll stay on time. Thank you, everyone. Could I have a quick round of applause and give a hand to the to the staff in the kitchen and our servery at White Oaks? Thank you. They really do represent the region's hospitality sector so well, and so thank you to them. The next part of our program, I'd like to introduce Maurice Guimont, the general manager from Walker Industries. Walker Industries, of course, is well known to all of us in this room. He'll share a few words. Walker Industries is a cornerstone of the Niagara community and a leader in sustainable development and environmental responsibility. We're fortunate to have their ongoing commitment to innovation and sustainability here in Niagara, and Maurice will say a few words. Thank you.
Well, my name is Maurice Guimont, the General Manager of Walker Aggregates in the Niagara region. As many of you already know, Walker Industries is a proud Niagara-based company where we operate in aggregates, construction, waste recovery management, renewable gas, and building material emulsions. We've been in business since 1887, from our beginnings as a single-cut quarry stone in Niagara. Now we have a footprint across North America with over 1,200 employees. Walker is the product of a strong family heritage, driven by the rich, diverse history of the businesses it has developed, grown, and acquired over the past century. Passed down through 5 generations, with the Walker family, we remain committed to doing the right thing for employees, customers, the environment, and the communities we are so proud to call home. That is the Walker way. With the spirit of entrepreneurship, supported by the culture of fostering employee development, driving growth of the business, has created the very foundation which defines the fabric which inspires Walker employees today and every day. We are celebrating this with our season of giving, where our employees give back 2 paid volunteer days in support of our communities and neighbors. Today, as we discuss the importance of building in Niagara's growth, we at Walker know the critical role we play in supporting the building critical infrastructure and supports sustainable and affordable growth for the region. The Niagara region is expected to grow by an additional 250,000 households by 2041, which will outpace the government of Ontario, or the province of Ontario, 0.04%. Economic and job growth will be driven by the diversification in Niagara's industrial and manufacturing sectors. The Ontario Ministry of Natural Resources has released their latest aggregate supply and demand study for the Greater Gordon Horseshoe, The study identifies that only 20% of the remaining aggregates reserves have sand or stone material that is suitable for making high-quality products like asphalt and concrete, recognizing in Ontario that every resident consumes about 10 tons of aggregates annually. Like many in the audience here today, from those who are early in their careers to others more established, all of which represent the vibrant energy here in Niagara. It is with clear vision and leadership for the people of the whole community to persevere through the challenges before us. Our successes are dependent on effective networking across public and private entities working together. Prioritizing critical infrastructure enables growth for our region, attracting businesses which bring high-value jobs and result in thriving communities. So again, leading to our next speaker, on behalf of Walker, thank you.
Thank you, Maurice. It's my pleasure to introduce our keynote speaker today. I think you're going to find this to be a fascinating presentation. Prasad Puttagunta, the Vice President of Project Management for the newly formed Asai Kasei Battery Separator Canada Corporation. Prasad is leading the exciting project to construct a new separator manufacturing facility in Port Colborne, which will create over 1,000 jobs and deliver commercially approved products by 2027. This project is a major win for Niagara, and I might say for all of Ontario, all of Canada, driving economic growth and positioning our region as a key player in the global battery manufacturing industry. With 18 years of experience at Asai Kasei and 2 decades at Dow Chemical, Prasad has worked across the globe in roles that have shaped global supply chains and advanced manufacturing. We're pleased to welcome Prasad into Niagara's business community as he spearheads this transformative project, which will significantly impact our region's landscape. Please join me in welcoming Prasad to the stage and to our community. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. And thank you so much for inviting me to be here today. I'm not sure if I love the time slot that I'm in, because I was told in the past that never take the slot before lunch, and especially don't take the slot after lunch, right? And I'm also not used to standing up in front of a large crowd speaking for 45 minutes. I think that's what they told me is the time slot. Normally I do like a 5-minute or a 10-minute thing, and I have the same presentation, so I'm just going to talk really slow and try to drag it out for the next 45 minutes. But it's great to be here, and I really want to thank the GNCC for inviting me. It's wonderful to get out in the community, meet so many people, and a lot of you have already met through our travels through the province and the region as we started construction now on the site. And if you drive by our site, you'll see that we're moving at a pretty impressive pace. I know Michael has had a little bit of problem with names today, but he didn't have any problems with mine. But I am going to teach you how to say the name of our company, because I notice people still have trouble. So George, you've practiced with me before, right? So here we go. Asai Kasei. Asai Kasei. Thank you. So what I'd like to do today is give you a little bit of background about our company. I think it's important that you understand who we are and why we're in the region. I also want to talk a little bit about what do we do. A lot of people think we actually make batteries. We don't. We make one part of the battery, the separator, which separates the anode and the cathode. It's probably the most important part of the battery, but it's also looks really boring if you see the product. But it's technically very exciting. And as an engineer, we like boring but exciting. So we're going to talk a little bit about the separators, and then I'll give you a bit of an overview of why we came to the region. Everybody asks me, why did you pick Niagara? There's a lot of choices, right? And as wonderful of a community as you are, there are a lot of choices for people to look at for projects, where we can site them, where we can go. And then you have to use a process to decide what's best for you and your company. And I'll show you a little bit of that. I'll peel the onion back so you can see a little bit of the ugliness behind the scenes of how we go about selecting a site. And then through that you'll kind of understand maybe why Niagara instead of somebody else. There's a lot of good things going on in this region, and you heard from the panelists before me and some of the other speakers of all of the great things that we do in Niagara. I will end the presentation with a little bit of a quiz and maybe a bit of a challenge for the region, because I fundamentally believe there's no such thing as a free lunch, right? And I had a really nice lunch. Thank you very much. But we're going to talk, and I'm going to, recently I had my mid-year performance review, and I might give you a little bit of a mid-year performance review and maybe some pointers on some things that the region can look at or consider when you're looking at other projects and maybe ways to improve. Because if we leave here today and we don't have some ideas of things that we can do to improve on what we already do, build on what we already do, we're not going to win the next big projects. And for a company like ours, we're happy to be here, but we want the region to be very, very successful. We want other people to come here as well so we can build a really sustainable future. So let me tell you a little bit about our company. And, we are a very large Japanese company headquartered in Tokyo, Japan. You have a picture of our headquarter office there. From the floors of our office, we have a beautiful view of the Imperial Palace and the gardens around that. So it's a beautiful location. And we're about a 100-year-old company. And we're roughly around $20 billion US in sales on an annual basis. And we have almost 50,000 employees around the world. What do we do as a company? We have three main sectors. One is, surprisingly or interestingly enough, it's homes. And I would love to bring that division of the company to Niagara and build a bunch of homes for our future employees. But unfortunately, as one of our panelists spoke about, it's not so easy to transfer the technology of how we construct buildings and homes in Asia to immediately bring it over. Although we did very recently purchase a company in Phoenix to get our foot wet in the homes and construction business in North America. So hopefully that will grow and spread. We too recognize the need for good homes everywhere in the world. Another 20% of our company is on the medical side of things. So we do a lot of medical devices. Hopefully you have a defibrillator outside somewhere. We make those, Zoll Medical. And very important, because if somebody passes out, you'll want that nearby. We also do some different drugs and filters for kidney filters and so on, which is a legacy business for us. But half of our company is in what we call materials. And that's the division or the business that we belong to. Within that, there's many different businesses. One of them happens to be the battery separator business. We also have specialty materials in plastics and a number of other different items, basic chemicals as well, that we have within that portfolio. You can see some of the products that we make, and the little blue box is actually the battery separator film that we produce in this facility. We have a very rich history as a company. We actually just celebrated our 100 years anniversary. So we've been around for a long time. And we're actually very proud of our history. In fact, we've recently hired some locals to be on the team. And we're going to take 3 of them to our parent company in Tokyo, but we're also going to take them to the birthplace of Asahi Kasei in Nobeoka, just to teach them a little bit of our history, where we come from, what our values are, because we want them to embody those characteristics as employees for the long term. So something interesting about our history, our founder wanted to solve the problems of the day in Japan. And back in those days, Japan was a fairly feudal system. There was a lot of people vying for resources and fighting each other, community to community. And there was a very poor food supply. There was also not a very good road system. And there was a shortage of many materials, even materials needed for clothing. So he wanted to somehow solve those problems. So he went to Europe, learned some technology and leased some technology, and came back to Japan and started to produce ammonia, and some other chemicals. What do you use ammonia for? Well, number one, dynamite. So you can start blasting roads and tunnels to build infrastructure. You can also use it in fertilizer, so you can help grow food. And it's also the starting chemical to produce nylons and rayons and other fabrics that go into clothing products. And so from there, the business has expanded over the last 100 years into many, many different divisions and sub-companies. This map shows you a footprint of our corporation and the locations that we have around the world. A lot of people are like, who's Asahi? Sometimes they say, oh, you guys are the ones that make the beer. We don't actually. We used to. We drink quite a bit of it, but we don't actually make the beer. But we do have a very large footprint. We're in about 100 countries around the world. And you know, I've had the pleasure in my 18 years with the company to actually travel to most of the regions where we have the companies, you know, whether it's in China or in Thailand, Singapore, India. I could go on and on. But it's been a wonderful experience, you know, being able to visit these places, see what the company does, take those technologies and bring them to North America. This graphic shows a little bit in terms of the history of the company in North America. As I mentioned, I've been with the company for 18 years, and when I started in 2006, we had about 300 people in North America. About 200 of them were in the plastics business that I was working in, and our mission was to grow that business. And you know, we had one manufacturing facility in Michigan, and a couple of years ago, I left that business to move into a corporate role, and then I got pulled into this project. And when I left that business, you know, we were up to 600 employees, 2 manufacturing locations, plus an office in Mexico. So it's tremendous growth in North America for that business. And you can see a number of other businesses have followed suit and come to the U.S. To start introducing themselves and to grow the business. So from those sort of humble beginnings back then, we're almost up to 10,000 people in North America, which includes obviously a few people in Mexico, few people in Canada, which soon to be a lot more people in Canada. But you know, growth in Canada is happening at a pretty fast rate for us as well. So one of the things that, in terms of our investing, you know, we as a company have grown significantly, and we've done a lot of that growth through mergers and acquisitions, and that's how we grew rapidly in North America. This project, building this facility in Port Colborne, is one of the first, or not one of the first, sorry, but one of the largest grassroots build projects that Asahi has taken on. And, you know, we're looking at investing over $1.7 billion just in phase one. And for all 3 phases of the project, we're looking at potentially $5 billion or so Canadian. So that's a huge project for a company that does $20 billion a year in revenue. But it's also exciting. And we're very, very excited about this opportunity. This map shows you a little bit of our locations in North America. We're spread out in many different areas. And this is when I say, you know, Ontario is a great place to be. The Niagara region is a wonderful place to be, but you have competition. And when I was first introduced this project, I said, hey, you've done a lot of work on projects. You've done a lot of site selection studies all over North America. You've helped us find facilities to operate in China and India. Where would you put this plant? The world's our playground right now, so we can look anywhere in the world and say, where would you put this? So my first thought was, well, you got to tell me a little bit about this business. You know, what are the key drivers? Do we need power? Do we need labor? What do we need? And then when you see the head count, you immediately start thinking maybe Mexico, because labor's cheap, right? Or cheaper. And then you hear, oh no, we need 110 megawatts of power. Okay, Mexico's out. Let's look at somewhere else in North America. And oh, by the way, we'd like green power. Okay, so maybe some of the southern states aren't so good, right? And so in that fashion, when you look at your criteria, and I'll show you a little bit about how we do that evaluation, you start narrowing in on the different regions that you should be in to meet those needs. But we do have a lot of choices. One of the benefits of having a large footprint in North America is that there's other sister companies that can support us. So when somebody said, you should really look at Canada, I'll let you on a secret. I actually grew up in Canada, in Western Canada, and moved to the US for my career opportunities. Now I'm coming back. And I was the first one to say, why would we want to go to Canada? It's kind of cold up there. There's nobody up there. How are we going to have people to support our business and all the things that we need, right? So it is a little scary, wandering off the path saying, okay, let's go look at Canada. In terms of our battery technology, actually gives me a great source of pride that, the gentleman you see on the screen, Dr. Hoshino, is the founder of the lithium-ion battery. And in fact, he won the Nobel Prize for Science for that invention. And he's, I think, probably 80 years old now and still comes to the office, right? Loves to talk to young people. And in fact, my colleague Teru and I were in the office like 2 weeks ago with the delegation from Niagara, and he ran right by us and jumped into the elevator and was off on his way to a meeting. Literally ran. I mean, I think he can walk faster than us, Teru, which is kind of embarrassing, but he's very energetic, very fun to talk to, very passionate about the science. And that's where we come from, is, we develop the technology and we continue to make it better. So what's a battery separator, right? So this, you can see, I don't know if I can hit this with my pointer, but right in the middle of the anode and the cathode, you have this separator. So that's the material that we make, and it comes out in huge sheets that are 10 meters wide, and then we coat it with specialty organic compounds to protect it. And then we later cut it into different sizes depending on the battery that it's going to go into. So take a look at yourself and empty out your pockets. You probably have 4 or 5 devices on you right now, right? So Apple Watch. I think I left my phone on the table over there. And maybe you got a pacemaker. I'm not sure. But everything has a battery these days, and those batteries are different size. And what we really want is high density. So we want it to store a lot of energy. You want it to charge quickly and discharge as needed. And it's the quick charging that causes a real challenge for us, because that creates a lot of heat. And if the battery separator is not flawless, you could get arcs between the anode and the cathode. And then you see these very dramatic pictures of Teslas on fire, your iPhone burning a hole in your bum because it's heating up in the back pocket. So those are the things that we don't want to see happen with our separators. So the separator is as simple as it looks. It's a very high piece of engineering, very sophisticated technology. And the coatings that we put on there are proprietary, obviously, because that's what makes our battery better than somebody else's battery separator. The facility that we're building here in North America is really targeted for the automotive industry, although the separator could go into many different applications. Excuse me. But we're really looking at the market. And if you look at the excitement in the market, a lot of people talk about full EVs, fully electrified vehicles. But we're also looking at the hybrids, because there's a pretty significant market there as well. And so any of these batteries that go into automotive is our first target. And that market has very different needs than the cell phone markets or other applications. So we are really designing our products for that market, but we can expand beyond that as we grow. There's a little bit of a picture on the bottom of this graphic where you see 3 different brands, Duramic, CellGuard, and the picture to the right is our Hypor brand. So we produce all of those within our company. The lead acid is older technology, but it's still a very viable technology in many parts of the world. And the CellGuard, that separator is actually not as good or strong as our high pour technology, but still very useful in a number of different applications. And in fact, that material actually goes into coveralls and other materials as well. And high pour, you can see kind of the microscopic picture that shows the pore structure. That is really what makes it special, is that we're able to achieve a very consistent pore structure, and then the coatings that we put on it, protect it very well compared to the others. The fabric itself is very, very thin, but if you'd grab it and try to rip it, it's very difficult. It's not so simple. This graphic shows you where we're located in terms of our battery business. So we're producing our battery separator film right now in Japan in 2 locations, one just outside of Kyoto, one on a southern island near Moriyama, near Nobuoka. And we also do other parts of the process. So the process involves making the film in our what we call our base film. Then we go through a coating process. Then we go through a finishing process where it's cut and packaged. So we do the cutting and slitting operations in different parts of the world, and we do the coating in a couple of different places in the world as well. In Port Colborne, we're going to do all 3 unit operations in one facility. And we will send some of the base material to our facility in Charlotte, where we started about a year ago building a coating facility there, waiting for this material to show up. So we do have a plan to distribute our product throughout the world. This slide shows you where our customers are located in North America. So a lot of people ask me, oh, do you actually have any customers here? Why are you building this facility here? We're building the facility in North America because our customers demand it. They don't want us to ship material all the way from Japan, and especially if you've experienced the pandemic, and who hasn't, from a supply chain perspective, that was extremely disruptive. And now with all kinds of political situations, and we don't know what's going to happen next week after the US elections, supply chains could get even more interesting. So it's always better to localize and make sure you have what you need somewhere in a friendly country like Canada, so you can get your product to into your device and into the industry that you're supporting. So we do have a number of different customers that are buying material from us from our factories in Japan, and we're really localizing a lot of that. And we're also targeting several other customers that have been talking to us, but at the moment either don't like our price because we have to ship it from overseas, or they're going through the qualification process, and our facility will be ready in time for them to take our product. People do worry about the lithium-ion batteries and EVs. I think people have, a lot of times people have questioned me and said, hey, the automotive market seems a little slow, especially EVs have slowed down. I've been around for a long time. Every 6 to 8 years, the automotive market slows down and then it picks up. And in North America, we really have no choices. I heard some discussion of rail and other methods of transport coming in, but we really don't have any choice in North America other than to travel by car if you want to get anywhere. And with the price of energy these days, I think even if there is a blip, it's going to recover. I've seen it like 4 times in my career with Asahi, where the automotive gets sluggish, then it picks up again. So we're pretty excited about the market, and we're long-term thinkers. We're thinking about the next 50 years, 100 years, not the next 2 or 3 years. We've already committed to building our facility. We're not going to stop now. And if you drive by the site, you'll understand why. So in terms of Canada, our investment for phase 1 is around $1.7 billion. And we do plan to hire 300 or 400 people for phase 1. And then we have phase 2 behind it, and phase 3 a little bit later. So at the end of that, we'll be close to $5 billion in investment and over 1,000 employees. Karu, I'm going to retire in a few years, so that applause was for you. You're going to help finish this, right? So, why Niagara, right? So there's a lot of nice places in the world. My wife grew up in India, and I tricked her into moving to Canada when we got married. And she came in November, and she was very disappointed when it started to snow. And, first 6 months of the marriage, I wasn't sure if we were going to make it or not, but she stuck it out. Now we're into our 37th year of marriage, still making it work. And, but the one thing that she's told me is she said, I'll support you. And if you need to move for your job, you can move, but you have to go further and further south. Right. So we're in an interesting spot right now because, we lived in Edmonton for a long time, and then I moved south to Michigan, which doesn't seem south, but it's a pretty big improvement over Edmonton. And, and then I worked in Mexico for a while, so she was quite excited about that. And then when this project came along, she's like, you're on your own. We're not moving back to Canada. So we'll see. Maybe I can convince her one more time to make the jump. But why Niagara, right? Of all places that are available, why this region? So let me tell you a little bit about our selection process. So you can kind of see the timeline on this graphic, and we're operating very, very quickly. And part of the reason we're operating very quickly is because initially, when I got involved in this project, we looked at a number of different sites throughout the United States, and we even very briefly looked at Mexico. And then we started to pay more attention to Canada. And part of the reason was that as we understood what our needs were for the business, we have a huge power requirement, and we wanted it to be green. A lot of the power sources in the U.S. are not green. They're still using a lot of natural gas, some areas coal, and we wanted to stay away from that. Nuclear, we're sort of okay. We like hydro, and we like obviously renewable resources like sun and wind power as well. So Canada has a lot more hydropower, and they're also getting very big into the renewables. So we thought, that's pretty cool because we have a goal to be carbon neutral in the next 35 years or so. This helps us move along that journey. So power was very important, along with a number of other criteria, which I'll get into in a little bit. But when we made the decision to look at Canada, we also got a big push from our customers saying, I need product in 2027, make it happen, right? So you can see the timeline. Normally, a good site selection process takes about 2 years, and we took less than a year. And not only less than a year, it was actually only about 6 months from when we started talking to you till we made our decision, and then maybe another 2 or 3 months to announce it. And if you drive by the site, you'll be like, oh my gosh, we thought they were quick when they were making the decision. We're even a lot faster when it comes to acting. So we like to think about things, and we're very analytical. But when we decide to move, we're going to move. So the site selection process, so this is a process that I've used many times within the company. Looks like a big funnel, which it is, right? So we look at a lot of different criteria. Based on that criteria, we may unleash a bunch of brokers in different parts of the country saying, find us some sites. We talk to regional economic development agencies. The other federal government has people that try to attract you to their country. They say, here, look at this site, look at that site. All of that goes on a list, and we funnel it through with our analysis, and we decide which sites we like. So you can see the site list getting narrower and narrower. The timeline still annoys me, right? So as an engineer, we love to look at spreadsheets, and we want to get data and make sure the data is correct because, real estate agents don't always tell you the truth. Car salesmen don't always tell you the truth. Yeah, you're going to get 50 miles a gallon here, but so we have to verify a lot of information. So we did try to do a lot of homework, but we just had to do it much faster. So this is just a snippet of a spreadsheet that we use. The spreadsheet that I used for this site had over 200 items on there. And then we break it up into things that we must have. And we also look at things that we would like to have. So for example, a must have is 110 megawatts of energy, right? Got to have it. Can't build a factory without it. Can't run and grow the way we want without it. So if a site doesn't have that power, it's off the list and we move on. We'd like to have some Japanese restaurants nearby. That's a like to have. You know, there's a couple of Japanese guys kind of annoyed saying, hey, this area doesn't rank very high for Japanese restaurants. And I'm like, yeah, tough. But there is a Japanese restaurant, and 2 hours away, you can get some Japanese grocery stores. We'll make it work, right? So, you know, obviously that's not a high criteria, but we do, and I'm making a joke out of it, but we do look at things like that because what's important to us, we're going to hire 1,000 people. I'd really like for those people to stay with us. And one of the killers of productivity in any business is turnover, right? So if people don't like living here, they're going to leave. And that means that we have to rehire, retrain, and now you have this internal reflux of trying to manage a 10%, 20%, or even 30% turnover, which is just a business killer, right? So we're trying to avoid that. So there's a lot of different criteria on this matrix, and we score it. So the must-haves are either a yes or a no. And if you have a no there, you look at saying, is there any way to mitigate that? Nope, done. Move to the next site. Then the wants, we look at it and we rank them. This is really important. So we rank it a 9, and then we score the different sites against that 9, multiply it out. It's very simple math. Spreadsheet does it for you. You argue internally with the team. Well, I give it a 6. No, it's a 5. You know, you go back and forth and you decide based on the data what that number is. A little note. My daughter a few years ago was trying to decide which college to go to, all right? My boys, they didn't care, like, Mom, Dad, what do you think? I said, go to that one. It's local, cheap. And my daughter's like, no, I need to go to a big school that has a small school experience. I want it to have a lot of diversity. I need it to have this. I need it to have that. She went and visited 20 campuses, couldn't decide, right? So finally I sat down and we pulled out the matrix and I said, what do you really want in your college experience, right? And so we wrote down the criteria that she wanted, you know, big school experience, ability to join clubs, you know, be able to do this and do that. I said, what must you have? She goes, I need to have an education that has like a good brand recognition because she wanted to go to grad school. So I said, okay, let's put that up here. So when you look at that criteria, and it really annoyed her a lot because she ended up choosing the school I thought she should have gone to all by herself, right? So, but it, you know, the technology works, but the critical thing is you need to know what you need for your business. And you can't look at my spreadsheet and make it work for your business. It could help you with some ideas maybe, but I don't know what your business drivers are. And you've got to really understand what those drivers are to make the spreadsheet work so you can rank it. Here's another example of a spreadsheet, a deep dive process that we went through, right? Don't try to read it. I changed a lot of the words actually, but the point is that, you know, we looked at some key drivers for our business. So there's things like, you know, can we actually build on the site? First time I looked at the site in Port Colborne, I'm like, are you kidding me? There's like 30 meters of dirt on here that we've got to shave down and build something. Oh, by the way, there's no power, there's no sewer, there's no water. We're not even sure if natural gas runs in the area. What do you think? So I think, you know, if you look at, you know, what's important to your business, and for us, you know, some of the key things were, can we actually build on the site? You know, are there people to hire? Because we went to see some sites, beautiful sites, fully serviced, ready to go. I'm like, where are all the people? I need 1,000 of them. Where are we going to hire people from? Right? There's no schools nearby. So those are things that, knock it down on the criteria list. So, we're looking at a number of different items. You'll see incentives on there. That's usually the last thing we look at. And if we can't make the business operate without an incentive, you probably should not be there, right? And the only time we look at the incentives is we'll look at site A and site B, and I'm like, hey, it's going to cost me $100 million more to unbury this site and develop this building. How do we make up the difference? And that's when the incentives maybe help you balance the advantages, disadvantages each site might have. And that's when you should look at incentives. But if you're going with looking at incentives first, your business is probably going to fail. So I'm going to give you a couple of examples of some challenges, right? So one of the drivers for our business is logistics. We have a global supply chain, global footprint. So how do we get material we have a raw material that needs to come from Japan here, and we want to localize it because I don't want to pay, $5,000 a container to bring that material to Port Colborne. The panel that was up before our coffee break said they're going to reduce that cost tremendously by cooperating, intermodal transportation. So it's still going to cost $4,000 instead of $5,000 maybe. But it's a lot of money to pay to bring material from overseas for this facility. So we're looking for local suppliers. But in the interim, we've got to have a very good way of bringing material from overseas to our facility. And then once we build the fabric, it's got to get out of our factory and it's got to go over to our customers all over North America. So the good road access, to be able to get out of here through Buffalo or maybe go the other way to Windsor and head down to Kansas to get to our customers, those become very, very important. So and we did a significant analysis because when we compare one site to the other, in our economic model, we have a freight number for inbound freight. It's like, say it's 8 cents a pound. Outbound freight, it's 6 cents a pound. Well, how does that compare to this site? Well, this site's a lot closer to our customer, so our outbound freight is lower, but our inbound freight may be a little bit higher. So you have to do the math. You got to do the work. You can't just say, oh, this physically looks better. It's closer. But it doesn't work that way when you have to go through border crossings and so on. So there's added cost, maybe some duties involved, and you've got to analyze that. Another example may seem a little strange, right? But our current technology operates in a place in Japan just outside of Kyoto. Kyoto has like about 3 or 4 days a year where it actually gets below zero and things may freeze. The rest of the time, it's pretty balmy and it's very humid and hot in the summertime. So taking a process that's designed and operated there, bringing it to Canada produces its own challenges. So I'm like, hey, I'd rather build this in Georgia or Alabama where it's warm and fairly dry. Why wouldn't we do that? And I could save so much money on insulation and heating and ventilation. But when you look at, that challenge, that's another area where you have to do the analysis. You have to look at your process, understand it, and come back and say, okay, we can do it. We can localize it. We can protect it. It's going to cost us $50 million more to do it, but it still works economically. So you've got to go through that when you're doing your site comparison. There's just no shortcut, unfortunately. I wanted to actually build it in Edmonton. Then you just insulate it all and don't worry about it. So again, I think, when we talk about, why Niagara, just a little bit of a summary is that, when we started working with different regions, one of the things that really stood out about Niagara was, the speed of response to questions. And we as a company will literally wear you out. We ask so many questions. We want so much data because in the back room, it's just all engineers and analytics, right? So we've got spreadsheet after spreadsheet that needs to be populated. And then, of course, time is not our friend. We were working on a very tight timeline. So we would phone people Friday at 4 o'clock and say, I need this answer by Monday. And many times we got responses on that Saturday itself. And many times they were surprised that we're like, hey, thanks. Now I can get my spreadsheet done a little sooner and be ready for my meeting on Monday. So, that speed and that commitment to deliver information to us in that timeline was actually very, very important for us. We'd call up on a Friday and say, hey, I got so-and-so coming in on Sunday. Can you accommodate a tour to the site? And by the way, while we're there, we'd like to visit one of the colleges. So people responded. We had people come in and do tours on the weekends because that's what worked on the schedule. And we were accommodated, right? And not every place is like that. The detailed data requests related to employment, population availability, migration trends, immigration trends, commute times. Why do we care? We've operated facilities all over the world. And I know from personal experience in Michigan, if people have to drive 45 minutes a day and they find a job that's 30 minutes closer, they're going to take that job at the same pay. That's just how it works, right? So I don't want to be in a place where people have to drive an hour to get to, right? So we want people to live fairly close to the factory, be happy that they're living there because it's a nice place to live, because that's sustainable and people will stay. So we'd call our team in Niagara and say, hey, I need to know how many people commute from Niagara to the GTA and back every day. And they're like, why do you want to know that? Because those are the guys I'm going to target to take a job in my facility, right? So that's the kind of information we need, and we were able to get it. Understanding the permitting process. I don't know if Leilani is still here, but I enjoyed seeing her on the panel because I think I've only met her online over the last 6 months. She and her team participate in a call that we have every week to talk about permitting, right? And we go through, hey, we need this permit and we need it this fast. What do we need to do to make it happen? And the team here has been phenomenal. We haven't run into really any roadblocks. There's things that they've asked us to do. Hey, you got to put a ditch over here. You've got to sustain this stream. You've got to offset this. We're willing to do all that. We just need somebody to tell us what we need to do, and let's do it quickly so we can move on and get going with our building. So the team's been very great with that, and I think both the region and Port Colborne have pulled together to create a team of like 30 people, got them all on speed dial, right? So it's very, very helpful. And I think, partnerships with regional advocates, business to develop the site. So site's not serviced. There's no water, sewer, natural gas, fiber, or electricity. So we were introduced to people that could actually be innovative and collaborate with us to bring power to our site faster than Hydro One. And we're working with them, and we've signed them on as a partner. We went through an interview process and selected Ellis Don as our primary contractor for the site. And, to be able to go over to the hospital and see what they could actually do in the region is very helpful and comforting because they're going to be with us for years now, right? And so we wanted to pick the right people, and we were given, many good introductions to be able to do that. So before I move to the next slide, I told you I was going to challenge you a little bit, right? And I don't know how to do that snazzy thing on the computer where I can put a prompt and you can answer online. But so my challenge for the group today is, I told you about a lot of wonderful things that you've all done to win the business, to bring us to the region. What can you do better, right? What can you do better? So sometimes, you go to a meeting like this, and you're in a good spot right now. Things are growing. The economic trends are going in the right direction. Interest rates are coming down. It's all good. It's really good. And I'm speaking to you as a member of the community now, right? Let's not get drunk on our own ice wine. Makes for a wicked hangover, right? But let's think about What do we need to do? You've heard a lot of the good things that you're doing already, or we're doing to make this happen. Please keep doing those things. But what else can you do? Think about it for a second. I thought of 5 things just this morning while I was listening to the presentation here, kind of thinking about my experience over the last 6 months in the region. So what can we do better? You know, what must we do better? So I think there's some real challenges in the region. As much as we love the region, I think there's some challenges. So number one, you know, we've got to win the housing race, right? Having to pay $600,000, $700,000 for a house is not sustainable business. You know, and you know the only way that we can make that sustainable is if we pay everybody $200,000 a year. That's not sustainable business, right? We got to win that race. Education, adaptability, and the improvement culture. So one of the things that really attracted us to the region is both the combination of Brock University and Niagara College, as well as some other colleges around, because we're going to pull a lot of our technicians from the colleges. You know, we want them to have 2 years of education beyond the secondary education. We need some, you know, analytical nerds like me from the university programs as well, but not so many of them, right? So if you look at any big organization, manufacturing facility that employs 1,000 people, maybe 100 of them will have degrees, you know, accounting, engineering, economics, and so on. Everybody else is going to be more in monitoring the process, improving your automation. So it's those college programs that are extremely important. So yeah, and we have to make sure that those college programs are adaptable for the future. As we get into more and more automation, we need technicians that know how to service the robots and take care of the programming and the control systems, right? So it's different work than electricians and so on that we also need, but it's definitely different work than what we've required in the past. Third point would be global connectivity, right? So one of the things that I worry a lot is that we're bringing in very specialized equipment from Japan and Korea to help manage our facility. There's nobody out here that knows how to service that equipment. Oh, you're lucky that was just a strong want and not a must-have. Otherwise, I wouldn't be here, right? So we're finding ways to make that work. You know, we're inviting some of our partners in Japan to come work with the colleges, teach us how to use your control system so that we can develop that talent out here. But there really is not as global and as diverse as the population is in Canada. Immigration, with all the immigration that we're getting, we still don't have a lot of global players operating out here. You got to go to Toronto to see, you know, the Siemens of the world and some of these other companies that have more of a global platform. We got to do something to bring those guys in to be local so that we don't have to fight 2-3 hours of traffic to get suppliers to our site. Supply chain optimization. So, and again, I really did enjoy the panel discussion. I'm a huge fan of shipping, huge fan of ships and trains, but my God, they're slow, right? So, and that's fine if you happen to be a company that plans very well, right? So if you have a great planning system and you know where to put your inventory, you can manage that, and what a great opportunity to reduce costs by using ships or trains versus trucks, which tend to be very expensive. But trucks get you out of trouble when you've misplanned something. And so that combination of, you know, the ability to connect and bring things in quickly is very, very helpful. And I ran supply chain for a company for a number of years, so I've got some ideas. And I did a study one time to get material from Japan, or actually Singapore, sorry, over to our facility in Michigan. It actually only took 20 days of transit time. You know, and like 15 days on the ship, 5 days on the train, it was in Michigan. but it took us about 3 months to actually get it from their door to our door. The rest of the time was paperwork. It sat in some dock somewhere for a while. Then it was hung up in customs for a while. So the average time was about 60 days. But the actual transit time was, less than 20. How do we improve that? If we can improve that, then your inventories go down and your confidence in the system goes up. So those are very important things to have. And the last point that I have is political and government connectivity. So I gave you a bunch of examples of how great the community is and how well they've worked with us and connected a lot of different people locally to help us with what we need. We need to have a little bit more of that from the federal level to the provincial level to the local level. So, the federal guys are great, but they don't take our calls like you guys do. And we should work together to figure out how to make that happen, right? Because sometimes we need some things from them too when it comes to, the Department of Transportation, or when we're talking to the people that operate the Welland Canal. Local people have been extremely supportive, but now our request is lost somewhere in the morass of Ottawa, right? So there's things that I think the community can do to help, maybe bridge some of that gap, because the local players, your elected officials. How do we make that a better team so that a big company like us can get what we need to make things happen? Again, we're willing to follow all the rules and we're willing to do what we need to do, but we just need somebody to show us that path. So I think lastly, again, just as a summary, why Niagara? Well, reliable power supply, good supply of green energy, people. These are very critical drivers for our business. We've got to have the energy. We've got to have the people to staff our facilities, right? And then the community. And just in general, because Canadians are so awesome, right? It's just a fun place to be. People are very welcoming. People even know how to say my name here. So it's great. I think the community's been wonderful. And we've actually really enjoyed being here. And I've talked with some of our expats. We've actually got, I think, 8 or 10 people. There were 8 people joined last week. Prior to that, we had about 3 expats. Now we have 10. And I've talked with a number of them over the last couple of weeks and said, how are you settling in? Everything good? They're like, people are so friendly, right? You don't always get that in different parts of the world. So that is something I think that the region should really build upon. Thank you.
Thank you, Prasad, for sharing such valuable insights. A $1.7 billion decision. It took 6 months. Prasad, would you like to run for office? Sorry, Jim, he's not going for your job. But thank you, Prasad, as well, for challenging the GNCC and all of us to be better. Now, maybe we shouldn't be getting drunk on ice wine, but I feel like we should have had a toast of some sparkling wine to celebrate what a great investment that you're making into our region. And maybe next time we see each other, we'll have a bottle to celebrate. Now I want to turn attention to another key sector shaping Niagara's future: real estate. Speaking of the housing challenges. So let's take a moment to watch a video from the Niagara Association of Realtors, showcasing their role in driving growth and opportunity in our community.
Are you looking to buy or sell a home in Niagara? Of course you are. You're watching this video. Look, we all know Niagara is the place to be, but do you know who knows Niagara better than anyone? Realtors. Niagara Realtors know Niagara. That is all 12 municipalities, each with their own specific quirks and districts. There is a distinct difference between Welland and Wainfleet. When I say port, you say...
Duluth! George! Oh, sorry. I thought you said Fort Erie!
You get the picture. See, Niagara is both blue-collar and white-collar. The grape grower and the grape drinker. Or both. Or both. Niagara is an amazing place to live, work, and play. We are passionate about living here, so we want to see that passion manifest itself in our buyers and sellers. When you use a Niagara Realtor, you are utilizing the experience of someone who wants to set you up for a win. After all, we're going to be neighbors.
Niagara Realtors know Niagara. Use a local Niagara Realtor.
Thank you. Now I'd like to introduce Pam Lilly, the partner and regional manufacturing lead at MNP, who is our next topic sponsor. Pam, there she is.
Good afternoon. My name is Pam Lilly, and I am a partner and regional manufacturing leader at MNP. MNP is one of Canada's leading professional service firms offering accounting, consulting, tax, and digital services. We are proud to support organizations like the Greater Niagara Chamber of Commerce. Our partnership reflects a shared commitment to fostering the growth of the Niagara region's robust business community. This partnership also aligns with our firm's entrepreneurial spirit and exemplifies our values of leadership, excellence, and dedication to local communities. We are particularly pleased to participate in today's discussion on thriving in a transforming world, especially given the opportunities that advanced manufacturing continues to bring to our region. This is exemplified by recent incentive programs to promote investments in technology, skills development, and energy transition in the manufacturing sector. Over the course of the last year, we had the pleasure of inviting manufacturing leaders from across Southern Ontario to participate in roundtables to discuss their most demanding challenges and how they have overcome them. These discussions were revealing, highlighting 5 key challenges shared by many manufacturers, as well as the resourceful strategies being employed to address them. Innovation is often said to be in short supply, but our roundtables told a different story. We saw leaders eager to explore new approaches and implement inventive ideas within their organizations. A white paper titled Innovation in the Business of Manufacturing was developed, and as a result of these roundtable conversations, inside the white paper, we explore common challenges and solutions entrepreneurs are using to succeed in today's chaotic and competitive marketplace. If you'd like to download a copy, please scan the QR code. All of this to say, we're thrilled to be continuing the conversation and joining this distinguished panel as we discuss the topics of the future state of manufacturing in our region. Thank you.
So the next panel is titled Manufacturing Future, the Potential of a Rapidly Shifting Sector. And it will explore the evolving landscape of Niagara's manufacturing industry. I think we've heard a lot about that so far. As new technologies and emerging markets reshape key sectors such as automotive, hydroelectric, steel, food processing, the opportunities for growth and innovation are vast. So today we'll hear from industry experts who will weigh in on how Niagara can harness these changes to strengthen its position as a manufacturing powerhouse. But before we do that, we'd love to hear from you, using Slido, of course. So we invite you to answer the question, what do you believe is the biggest opportunity for Niagara's manufacturing sector in the next 5 years? Notwithstanding that we were told to think 50 years out, but we'll start with 5. Our moderator is Damien Goulburn, who is the Dean of the School of Hospitality, Tourism, and Culinary Arts at Centennial College. Yes, you heard that right, Centennial College. He's one of those commuters that's down the QNW going the wrong way. So we're going to try and bring him back. He has a rich background in leadership, of course, including 2 terms as mayor of Welland, where he played a key role in green manufacturing and infrastructure development. The first panelist is Marika Swain. She is the Senior Business Advisor for Niagara at the Ontario Ministry of Economic Development, Job Creation and Trade. With over 6 years' experience helping manufacturers grow and innovate, she is a key figure in Niagara's business ecosystem. Jordan Sherlock is the Executive Director of the Niagara Industrial Association, with strong background in manufacturing and construction. Jordan has been instrumental in driving operational improvements and expanding distribution networks globally. George Spezza is Niagara Region's Director of Economic Development, and he leads efforts to build a strong and sustainable regional economy. He has extensive experience in business growth and investment attraction, with prior roles in Toronto's economic development sector. And we have a change in the program. You might have been expecting Neil Wilkinson, but instead we have who is unfortunately ill, I believe, today. We have Mark Nantel, who's the Vice President of Research, Innovation, and Strategic Enterprises, leading the Research and Innovation and Government Relations divisions of the college. You must have the longest business card. He is also President of the Niagara College Learning Enterprises Corporation, a second business card, which includes overseeing the operations and strategic direction for the Niagara College Teaching Winery, Teaching Brewery, Teaching Cidery, Teaching Distillery, and he's Minister of Fun, Cannabis Institute. So, and then last but not least, we have Vishen Maharaj, who is the Director of AI and Machine Learning at MNP Digital, with 2 decades of experience in the tech industry. Vishen specializes in designing AI solutions that drive innovation and streamline business processes. Welcome to panel, and Damien, over to you for a great conversation.
Thanks, Mike. Thank you all for spending this day with us. These chairs are very comfy. We sink right in, right? Maybe Mark can hook us up with some wine to go with this comfy chair, right? So thank you very much to the panelists for taking the time to be with us. We've got 45 minutes for this panel. So the way it will go down is one question for everybody to kind of find their voice and share their thoughts. And then we'll go to each individual with a question that kind of leads to their strengths, but then allow the others to jump in and share some thoughts. And then we'll wrap up with a question that allows each of the panelists to share a final thought on manufacturing here in Niagara. Sound like a plan to the panel? Sound fair to everybody else? And yes, it's nice to see some familiar faces in the audience again. It's nice to be back with you all of you. So here we go. First question for you all, and I'll start with my left after I read the question. What are the most significant emerging technologies currently reshaping the manufacturing sector in Niagara? And how can local businesses best adapt to these changes? So emerging technologies that are currently reshaping manufacturing, and how can local businesses best adapt to these challenges?
Well, the interesting thing is, and thank you for the question, and thank you for having me, we have a variety of companies. A lot of us here with a long memory will remember our long history in automotive. We're not seeing the dominance of one specific sector. We're seeing many. And when I see some of the people in the audience today, not a lot of manufacturers here, but we're working with a variety of companies and a variety of both verticals and places within the manufacturing. I think what we're seeing, though, the first time really in my career is companies developing intellectual property here in Niagara. And that's really something that we are seeing more and more of. The people that are here that are supporting those companies are really critical. And I think that's something that's really important for the future of those sectors.
Thank you, Marika. Next, David Jordan.
Yeah, thanks for having me as well. And like Prasad, I was dreading this afternoon slot, but I am hopped up on peach slices and Swedish berries. So ready to rock here. So before we get started, I'd like to, I think coming on the coattails or presenting on the coattails of Prasad's talk a minute ago, I think it's important to recognize something that we're going to see as a theme. We've talked about it already today on some of the other panels, but collaboration and that phrase or that term decide, I think is so crucial. And Prasad's talk about why Niagara spoke very importantly and directly to how that has happened with this specific investment. I was at the Toronto Global Forum a couple weeks ago, and there was a plenary session focused specifically on, I'm going to call them AK. I hope that's okay, Prasad. I'm not going to butcher the name. About AK's story and why they ultimately landed here in Niagara. And it really showed me and proved to me that we can do this. This Team Niagara concept is what landed this. So just a round of applause to George and the ActDev team, the region, and all of the stakeholders that were involved. I truly, it's to set the stage, I think, when we talk about emerging technologies, emerging sectors, where we're going, I think this was a big win for us. So in terms of emerging technologies, Marika, I agree with all of what you just said, but I think we also need to understand some fundamentals about the industrial sector that's here today. We have an aging workforce, an aging and legacy ownership group, many multi-generational businesses, second, third generation, that do not have a succession plan. 85-ish% of our businesses in manufacturing have 1 to 50 employees, so reasonably small. My point is a lot of these owners and operators are still using spreadsheets and bank statements to run their businesses. So we have to We have to understand that when we start looking at emerging technology and what that means. Productivity, we know, is down. We are behind here in Canada. We have to find ways to close that gap, but we also have to find ways to de-risk for these small businesses and bring them along kind of slowly but steadily as well.
Excellent. Thank you very much. George?
Well, thank you, and thanks, Jordan, for those comments. And certainly really enjoyed Prasad's presentation, and we're truly excited. I think it'll be a very transformational investment here that Asai is making in our community, and not just benefiting the city of Port Colborne, but the entire Niagara region, and truly will be transformative. And we talk about collaboration. It really was a collaborative effort. It's really a Team Niagara approach. We really it took a lot of players to get this done. As Prasad indicated, we had over 30 people on a regular basis, on a weekly basis, meeting to discuss many of the issues, answering many of the questions, and ultimately we were successful in putting the win on the board. But I've had the pleasure of visiting the facility in Moriyama that was mentioned, and getting a firsthand view of what's actually going to be built here in Niagara. And getting to the question of innovation, I think our manufacturing industry, we're not going to stop innovation. We're not going to stop technology advancements, and I think you're going to see that in the manufacturing industry. I mean, everything from robotics to automation. You talk about artificial intelligence and what that's going to bring to data analytics and assessing supply chain and speed to supply chains, et cetera. So these are many, the information technology, being able to remotely and mobile, being able to be mobile in terms of looking at and moderating machinery and the effectiveness of the machines and how they operate, and analyzing that data. So, I think there's a number of advancements and innovation taking place in waste reduction and being able to minimize power reduction and things like that. Everything to be more efficient in the manufacturing space and in the processes. So there's going to be a lot of that innovation. There currently already is, and I think how we capitalize on that is manufacturers need to keep up with a lot of that innovation, partner with our university and college, our research and academic institutions, to really be able to capitalize on some of that innovation, to learn from it, and really develop a culture within your manufacturing process that's really continuous learning, and how do you adapt and be flexible to that. Clearly, investing in people, investing in training opportunities for your employees is going to be critical as well. So I think those are just a few opportunities where innovation is going to make a difference, and I think we should embrace that, and we should thrive on that. And there's a lot of factors that can help our local operators capitalize on that innovation.
Thank you very much, Mark.
Yeah, thanks so much for having me. I'm the surrogate band here, because physicists like conservation laws, conservation of energy, conservation of momentum. We can serve the number of physicists on this panel, as Neil's a physicist, and so am I. So, keep things even. On this very important question, for which I had a whole 15 minutes to prepare, I'm going to be a bit cheeky and saying that the emerging technology is going to have a big impact is the next one. We keep here, and never know which one will stick, because there's the usual, hype, the hype curve. Everybody thinks 3D. We're gonna 3D print cars. No, it didn't happen quite that way. We can 3D print pizzas, yeah, and eventually there's sometimes the thing sticks, and sometimes it sticks a little bit less. But the idea was mentioned about de-risking. That's partly what we're doing at Niagara College, is that when there is a new technology coming down the line, and you as a manufacturer or SME don't know if it's going to be the thing for you, you can come and talk to us, because it's our job to try these out before you do, and to try them out with you. And so the next technology is probably one of those that's going to have a big impact on how you do business, and then we can help you out with that, no matter what the technology is. I mean, right now, one technology we use a lot with our industry partners is 3D capture. So with scanners, we can capture the shape and form of any object you want, from a dime to a shopping mall size. And that's sounds pretty trivial, but when you have an old parts from 1935 and no computer-aided design drawing of it, and you need to replace it pronto because it's holding up your production, that this part is broken, well, we can do that for you in days, right? Or if you want to reconfigure your whole factory floor, you're not going to go there with a tape measurement to figure out, what to do where. You can go and we can help you scan the whole factory floor and help you optimize how it's doing. So a lot of technology currently are digital and a lot of it is imaging. But my point is look out for the next technology and think of us when you do so.
Excellent. Thank you. And Vishen?
Yeah, so I'm going to echo some of the stuff that my co-panelists have already said, right, around the advancements of AI and robotics being really core to sort of like manufacturing. Um, as I think about like the future is like it's as my colleague has said here, we kind of go through that hype of like the overhype and then the shrouded disillusion, but really it's creating that sort of culture where you kind of like build on that innovation, right? And be able to like how local businesses should adapt to stuff is being able to test things out really quickly, safely, and be able to determine not at overall a lot of cost what is best for their business and how to leverage these sort of technologies, right? I think that as AI has advanced and it will continue to advance for like the next 20 years, it's more like not only around the generative stuff, but a lot of work that's been done on the predictive stuff. So it's particularly around for manufacturing, really using that to actually streamline your operations, create like one of the other panelists said earlier, create those digital twins to really figure out how to optimize and increase productivity. So I think it's the next technology is definitely the most exciting one, but we don't know what that is yet. So let's keep exploring and try keep innovating, but create like a culture around that. I do believe that it's not just at the younger generations, but also the ability to reskill workers as they age and continue to grow in their careers. I myself is like I'm in like mid-career. And I intend to have a couple different roles as I continue to evolve. And I look forward to, partnering with educational institutions to help have those sort of like micro degrees to continue to help us advance. So, yeah, that's about it for me.
So how about we stick on that point that you brought up about automation and AI? And maybe you, Vishen, can kind of start the conversation going to this question. I'll see if any other panelists would like to jump in. How is automation and AI impacting the workforce in Niagara's manufacturing industry? And the second part, I'd like to hear some insight from everyone on the panel, if they choose to, is what steps can be taken to upskill or reskill workers to meet the future needs as we speak to automation and AI?
So in terms of like automation and AI, they go hand in hand, right? And so the ability to actually leverage that in your process to increase productivity is really key. Because if you're not doing it, your competitors are doing it. And therefore, as we saw from the graph from the economic body earlier, productivity rates are pretty low. So how do you actually increase that and make yourself more competitive for a global market? So that's the first step, like recognizing that there is a gap and that we need to kind of fill that gap. So that becomes your KPI, right? As you kind of look at like the advancements of AI and automation in terms of like upskilling, it doesn't need to be like a 4-year degree, right? You can work on these sort of like micro degrees, whether it be through your local colleges or online to kind of start upskilling workers and actually creating that culture within organizations to start working with them. I think people are naturally very curious, and you just have to give them the ability to learn and explore and be able to apply things on the job. Many times when we go into like manufacturing facilities, there's so many ideas that come out from like the people who are working on the floor that they'll like to implement, they'll like to explore, but they're so busy with their day-to-day they're not able to. So how do we create a culture that gives people the right to start exploring these things in tandem while upskilling?
Yeah, that's right. I remember, I think it was Xerox a few decades ago, not sure if they still do it, that every employee could request 10 or 20% of their time to do skunk work, just stuff that is not necessarily their day job, but that they want to try. You try, you risk, you fail, you learn, and something comes out of it. On the AI bit, I think when we think about productivity, often we think somebody making a thing how many hours, how much money does it take to make the thing, and how many people made it, and then you divide the two, and poof, productivity. But a lot of it is in the processes, in the administration, in the HR, in the finance, and AI can help there too. It's not all about automation and shop floor. It's also in all the processes that come behind the people who make the thing. We heard a lot today about red tape or process and how we could somehow ease that part of everything we do or try to do. Well, I think that AI could really help out on those things, scheduling, accounting, finding mistakes. I mean, there's a lot one can do there.
Yeah, and maybe I can just jump in and add there, and sort of, in my career in economic development, I had the opportunity to visit a lot of really good manufacturing facilities, advanced manufacturing facilities, and even the latest one where I was in Moriama, and I take a look at very sophisticated machinery, very, very sophisticated machinery. Not as much, repetitive, hands-on manufacturing, but it's really technicians. It's technicians, it's people with problem solving skills, analytical skills, being able to assess data, be able to predict, maintenance on machinery, the quality control of machinery and whatnot. So I think, when we're talking about, using AI and technology for some of that will be important, but it's still going to require somebody with some good technical capabilities and skills that can be able to do that problem solving and think critically, and sort of having that critical thinking component to it. So, it's amazing what you see in these manufacturing facilities now. It's geared towards more innovative products and how you optimize that innovation and how you better improve your processes, generally to improve your bottom line.
Excellent. Anyone else on the panel would like to share a thought?
Keep the line going. Yeah, just to piggyback off George's last comments there. I mean, there's still a big question mark, I think, when it comes to emerging sectors and workforce around emerging sectors. Again, you're going to hear me talk a lot about what we already have here. We have a current state. We have over 650 manufacturers already here. The NIA has been kind of fighting the workforce battle for a very long time with respect to training, education at all levels. I think as emerging tech starts to impact the workforce, we're going to see very specific needs, and I think job-specific focuses are going to continue to become something that, again, de-risking keeps coming back, that we can help businesses de-risk and implement training and micro-credentialing into their specific business to make them more efficient and productive. I think if you ask a lot of our manufacturers today, they would tell you if they could get bodies today, and not even just skilled trades, operators, unskilled trades folks, they would be able to immediately have positive impact to both their top and bottom lines. So that's a challenge we absolutely have to continue to work on. And I think that nimbleness and that adaptability to emerging technologies and emerging opportunities as they present themselves is critical. But who is here today? What are their needs today? Ultimately, those folks are going to be the ones serving and supporting the AKs of the world and some of the other hopefully big fish that are going to land here in the coming years.
Excellent. Do you want anything?
Yeah, just a quick one, and I think that the manufacturers that Jordan and I work with a lot are moving really fast in a variety of directions, but the workforce and their support services are critical to their ongoing success. And that could be somebody who's needed for coding. It could be problem solving across the board is certainly important, but there are things that companies need today to be able to take that next step. The gathering of data to bring in, the technology of tomorrow, to work with AI. AI doesn't work without a whole bunch of data behind it. So I think by helping them to bring in equipment to capture that data and get them stepping down the road are things that pretty much everybody in this room can help out with in some way, shape, or form.
Thanks. And manufacturing continues to be one of the more vibrant sectors of Niagara, but we operate in this global context, which was mentioned earlier. And so, George, I'm going to go to you with this one to start us off. How do you see our international competition? And what is our competitive advantage? We got 5 on a list, but we can work on. But what do you see as our competitive advantage, and who is our international competition? And then I'll go again to the panel to see if anyone wants to jump in on that.
Yeah, and so as you know, as you heard earlier, I mean, we're in a very competitive environment, right, for investment, and companies have choices, and they can go anywhere in the world, quite frankly. So you've got to be competitive, and I think our strategic advantages here in Niagara are very strong. We have a very strong value proposition here. We have an incredible workforce, and I think when people look at sort of talent and the ability to have the competencies to do the job and do the work that they want, our labor force is a critical component of that. We're very strong in our labor force. Our logistical, our proximity and close proximity to the U.S. market, all of our 400 series highways, access through the St. Lawrence Seaway and the marine access via train, multimodal hub of transportation, critically important to landing any significant manufacturing and significant investment into the region, simply because supply chains are global, right? And they want to be able to move product efficiently and effectively and at low cost margins if they can. But I think that we need, our competition is generally, the United States, Mexico, China, parts of Southeast Asia. These are areas we're competing for business, and they will continue to be part of our competition. And I think that our cost competitiveness here is still very. It's a very strong value proposition. We still have our cost components are an important factor. And when you look at Prasad and his decision-making matrix, you plug in a lot of those numbers, you check a lot of those boxes in the matrix, and we're pretty cost competitive still. Our access to the power supply is critical for anybody that's producing and needs high energy requirements. Our ability to have strong electrical grid, multimodal green electricity, and reliable electricity at a cost-effective rate is very important. So I think we're well positioned. Niagara is extremely well positioned. We've seen that, and we want to continue to promote that value proposition. I think there's going to be some incredible opportunities ahead of us in terms of how do we capitalize on that. Some of the supply chain opportunities that will be available to support not just major investments like the Asai Kasei investment, but also other announcements recently that have been taking part in manufacturing here in the region. I mean, the supply chain, the ability to bring more suppliers to, and also our local companies, the ability for them to be part of that supply chain is going to be a really strategic advantage for us moving forward.
I appreciate the answer, and even the question where it's poised, I think it really is designed to give us a sense of that we've got something to offer, and it was about that competitive advantage. So who else? I think Vishen, you had your hand up, and then
just kind of what George was saying around like the two things, like the concentration of like manufacturing here. That's phenomenal, right? So if you think about like how do you take that and span that to like a global stage, how do you actually spur innovation and increase like patents, IP, such that you can spread that across the world. I think the other thing which I really liked is and it was one of the reasons that Prasad and Asai chose to come here was the sustainability, close to clean energy. So even for like AI, and I was talking to some others about this before, when you think about like training up like models and things like that, you need a lot of like energy. A lot of people are trying to figure out how do you make that more sustainable. You have a hydropower dam here, so create a data center, like start creating the opportunities to help build out those models, and actually with the education sector, be able to patent those or expand those. The sort of AI, ML. I'm a loss of words here, but what I'm trying to say is that try to advance artificial intelligence within the region, and from that it'll just spin out and like that is just like a kind of like a foundation, right? And as we heard, you need a lot of data, you need a strong digital sort of strategy before you can like harness that. But as you start creating the mechanisms and the means to build out that sort of framework, the industries will naturally kind of like emerge from it, right? But I think one of the keys there is around the sustainable energy and being able to actually supply the world with green products is really, really key. especially from a digital standpoint.
Excellent point. Thank Jordan, and then we'll go to Mark, and then if not, we'll go to the next question.
Yeah, manufacturing, like many of us, got whacked between the eyes coming out of COVID. But I think for our sector in Niagara, it also kind of exposed some things about the industrial sector that were positive. We were largely unaffected by things like closures of businesses. We were still able to operate and produce our goods. But I think it also kind of raised our profile a bit to the region, but also perhaps more globally. That we do have a vibrant sector here, that we do have a strong job multiplier impact. But one of the things, and I brought all my cheat sheets here, mostly because I was just writing zillions of notes today, so everything that was in my brain has been reset. But one term that kind of came out of this post-COVID world for manufacturing that I think was initially a threat or a worry was onshoring or reshoring. For decades we've been being told that globalization is the way to go. The world has shrunk and we have to explore other markets and opportunities, which still exist. But I think Prasad's presentation today, and especially some of the indicators that we've had from businesses like AK who are relocating here, and Sam Mills spoke to this at the Toronto Global Forum, was about being prepared. And I think what this is kind of indicating to me is we're about to get nailed by a big tsunami of onshoring here. So externally we have factors like climate insecurity, geopolitical stability, factoring into that globalization concept. And then locally, we have locally sourced resources, minerals, grains, all kinds of good stuff like that. We're seeing investment in transportation, multimodal hubs, infrastructure, and we have access to renewable energy. These are largely the reasons that an AK came here, and I think we need to be prepared because those competitive advantages are going to be exposed when big multinationals open up their map of the globe and start picking where they go. So we're ready. Are we prepared?
Well said. Mark?
And I think that we have a lot of assets, physical, geological, even with people. But one thing that was clear from Prasad's presentation is we have the right attitude. It's like we're hungry in the region. And when I first came to the college, that was 2011, there was still a lot of lingering. We used to have manufacturing here. A lot of the plants left. But really, I would say in the past 8 years, there's been a lot more investment. You had the Northern Food, you had the GE Brilliant factory. We seem to be getting back the momentum, and there's an attitude, a hunger here to actually respond to the need. I mean, it made a difference that we responded. Say Casse came to the college like 6 times, sometimes on the weekend I was mentioning. So, but we have to be ready. So I would say stay hungry, stay humble, but stay hungry. It's an asset.
Good. Thank you.
Yeah, just a real quick one to follow on Mark. Talk about being ready. Blake, I'll challenge. I don't know the number, but I think our industrial vacancy rate in Niagara is still less than 1%. So if you are a company that is here and wants to grow and expand, or if you're a company looking to come here, you have to build. Because we don't have any of those, Mark, of those old buildings that we talked about, all those old car companies, all those old manufacturers. We've either raised them or we've used them. And so today, I'm very glad that AK was able to find a place to call home and to build. But for my manufacturers, they need a place to be. They need a place to grow. And when we talk about being ready, those may be some of the other opportunities we want to look at.
Thanks. So now we're about the halfway mark for everybody, for keeping track. And Jordan, I'm going to go to you to start this off and then see where your peers want to go next. So what new markets or industries do you see as growth opportunities for Niagara's manufacturing sector, particularly with your role in the II? And how should businesses prepare to tap into them?
Well, there's this thing called EV. I don't know. If that's really You know, EV is kind of the obvious one. It's the thing that we're all talking about. We know that Niagara has been kind of circled on the map again as, you know, this is where it's going to happen. I think we are seeing a bit of a slowdown or maybe a kind of taking a deep breath from all of that excitement, which I think is good. It's allowing us to all kind of digest what we've heard and what we've seen. We at the NIA have been chatting with the region and the specialists around EV just to wrap our heads around it because it's a lot of new. But again, I keep going back to what we already have here, and we're seeing growth and emergence in marine, aerospace, chemical manufacturing, agri-food, vertical farming, chemical. Did I say chemicals? I said chemicals. Clean tech, semiconductors. We have, you know, a massive semiconductor operation going up in Syracuse, which is not that far away from us. Additive manufacturing, so the 3D printing and some of the great stuff that we're doing at the colleges. So these are all new markets and emerging sectors, but they're also not. EV is like super new, but the ones that I just rhymed off are not necessarily new. They're just growing and they're changing. So you know, I think we need to continue to tap into those and find out again from the folks that we already have here who are leaders in these spaces what they need to really go to the moon.
Thanks. The rest of the panel, you've interacted with industry constantly. Are you seeing any other opportunities that you think could be shared this time, George and Sienna?
Yeah, maybe I'll just jump in there and just sort of talk about some of emerging sectors. I mean, one of the things that, you know, 2 years ago we came out with a 10-year economic development strategy. We worked very collaboratively with a lot of the business community here, our local area economic development offices, and we came up with a Niagara Region 10-year ECDEF strategy. And I think one thing that the pandemic showed us is that, you know, if you're too heavily dependent on one industry sector, you're going to get hit really hard. And we got hit really hard with the pandemic, heavily dependent on our tourism industry, which is a fabulous industry here, the service industry. But, you know, we've traditionally been strong in manufacturing. We're coming back. I think we're seeing a resurgence. It's a bright day. It's a bright year for manufacturing. And I think there's a positive road ahead where, you know, I see a bright future in the manufacturing, not just from large scale investments that we've seen, but our traditional industries like agribusiness, agri-processing. Those are traditional businesses. But what our emerging sector taught us, our economic development strategy indicated, you know, we looked at 6 emerging sectors. We need to diversify our sectors in order to weather economic storms that are down the road in the future. And that's why we've doubled down on the EV industry. We think that's the next emerging sector. We've established an electric vehicle or zero emission blueprint for the region. We've hired an EV specialist within our team, thanks to the federal government and giving us some money to do that. And we've got a blueprint that's there that actually, you know, talks about some of the tactics we need to build on this EV industry, which I think is, you know, certainly coming and is going to continue to grow. And you know, mentioning some of the other industries like marine is also another area, an emerging sector that we need to capitalize on. So we've got some great opportunities here, and I think we don't want to just rest on our laurels. We want to continue to be proactive and continue to build our economic strengths in Niagara.
Marika, thank you very much.
So for people who know me, I spend a lot of time going out and visiting a lot of companies across Niagara, and I'm amazed at what they're developing in-house, at the things that they're doing. Some of them have been, you know, traditional manufacturers in the past who are now have their own intellectual property. We have companies that make a fairly standard piece of equipment, but they've gone in and over COVID automated literally overnight their entire organization and operation. It is on the strength of these entrepreneurs and future entrepreneurs that we're going to find out what we need to do next and what areas we want to be involved with. Some of them and many of them will be related to EV, but the incredible company, a lot of press lately, Destiny Copper, found a way of extracting copper from tailing ponds. we're going to be changing how the world operates because of some of the things that we're developing here. And I'm excited to see what's next and excited to be supportive of that.
Fantastic. Anything else? Oh, we're good? All right. So, Mark, this one's for you. And I don't know if you know, Mark has a sense of humor. Got that of it. I'm going to give you a little bit of creative license with this, Mark, because current events with the federal government, you might want to weave into this question, and then open it up to the panel members if they want to share some thoughts to support you. So how do Niagara manufacturers work with post-secondary institutions to develop a workforce and to strengthen the economy? And are there any unrealized opportunities in this area? And feel free to talk a little bit about current events if you wish. We need to talk about how we can work together to support post-secondary.
Yeah, no, and thank you for the questions. At this point, the reference to the current political thingy is that international students have a harder time coming here now. And both Brock and Niagara College were doing a pretty good job of bringing into the region young talent from outside of Canada to learn here, lay down roots here, figure out how the North American market works, and stay here and become part of our workforce. And it's going to become a little bit more difficult in the next few years. There are 8,000 students in the technology programs in colleges across Ontario. And right now there are 19,000 open spots to fill. And that's going to get worse over the next few years as people retire, right? And interestingly, not to get too far in the weeds, there are a certain list of programs that are going to be allowed to get international students into to get a postgraduate work permit, and the technology programs are not on the list, right? It's just mind-boggling. We're working hard on it. Don't worry about it. But the way... not all within our control, but nonetheless, the way companies can help is certainly we have more than 100 programs at Niagara College, a lot of them in technology and in manufacturing relevant subjects. And each one of them has a program advisory committee made up of external partners, mostly people from companies who tell us what they need out of our graduates, what skills, what experience, what knowledge they need out of a graduate. So feeding into that process helps us graduate the people that will be more useful for you. The Monday morning ready employee, as Sean said. Also, talk to us if you want to develop a new product, a new process, a new service to commercialize, because we do applied research. I think we're number one in Canada in applied research right now. They might have been mentioned by Sean, which means we have resources to help you, develop these new products, try them out. And I mentioned trying new technology earlier. So how you can help with the yourself, but also the supply of good workforce out there is to make sure that they get these enriched experience when they're at the college. And working on a real project with real timelines, real outcomes, real budgets really helps them figure out, ooh, that's how the real world works. And so do come to us with your projects, your problems to solve, your aspirations to realize, and we can help you with that. And at the same time, train our students even better. Those are two examples.
Thanks, Mark. We got a few more minutes, so I'm going to go to the next question, and then I do want to have a final question so everybody can give us a final thought. So if the panel's okay with that, fair enough. So Marika, given the region's, and thanks, Mark, for that, given the region's long-standing strengths in sectors like hydroelectric power and food processing, how can Niagara leverage these advantages in an increasing competitive and tech-driven global market?
Thanks for that question. And I've been around for a long time, so I remember the good old days. And we have lots of great companies that are still around. I think the opportunity to support them is everybody's job. How do we do it? By telling young kids and older people that it's okay to go into manufacturing as a career. For many years, that wasn't the case. We need, our manufacturers need accountants. They need CFOs. They need marketing people. They need coders. They need people to get ready. They need to know that Niagara is the place that they still want to be doing business in. So as much as I appreciate that AK has had lots of people calling them back and returning their calls and helping them to land here, I'd like to help all of the manufacturers with those same opportunities. So as part of the provincial government, certainly there's some provincial funding available for improving, whether it's process improvement, building a building. Shout out to my federal colleague from FedDev today, Stefan Barath is here. We are trying to support companies as they invest. Again, creating an environment through our local EDOs to make sure that when a company calls and needs a question answered, Jordan, we've got a wonderful membership at the NIA. They should be getting that great treatment as well and supporting their efforts to make their expansion, their succeeding easier.
Thank you very much. So now we got the last question, and to the panelists, if you take 30 seconds, 60 seconds to kind of share this one last thought with the audience. And again, thank you all for taking your time today to be with us. If there's one key takeaway today from you on something that we can do or something we can advocate for, what would that be? So last time I started with Marika, I'll start with Vishen and then move our way this way.
Yeah, so I'll say like start build a culture of innovation and start from don't only look at like kids, also look at like the whole population and how you actually create that to allow people to explore and test things out with not and mitigate the sort of consequences, because I think there's a lot of fear around that. I think if you do that, then the region will blossom.
Thank you.
Yeah, I agree. And I like to reinforce Marika's message about encouraging people. I'm not going to say just kids, to your point, but people to go into subjects of relevance to manufacturing and production generally. Interestingly, the pandemic was a great moment for the health sectors. Folks finally realized how important it was. The government put more money into creating more nurses and more personal support workers, and that's great, and absolutely. But we're still kind of don't have that good feeling in the youth about going into manufacturing type sectors. I mean, it's not just metal bending and oiling stuff, right? I mean, it's very high tech and it's very exciting. And by building yourself into a versatile person in those subjects, your career can take a whole bunch of different directions. And so that's what I would say.
Wonderful.
Yeah, from my perspective, I would just say, labor force, right? The labor force development is critical. I think we need to continue to advocate and try to expand our labor force even beyond Niagara, integrate Niagara into Hamilton, into the Greater Toronto Area, having a mobile labor force, and continue to really advocate for a strong regional transit and or commuter train, passenger train that's fast, efficient, that broadens our labor force. Because if there's one thing I hear mostly from manufacturers is I've got jobs, I got good paying jobs, but I'm having trouble finding the skill sets I need to do those jobs. So I think doubling down on our labor force is important.
Thank you very much.
Okay, I've got three, Damien, but I'm only going to pick one. The first one, which is really quick, I already said, and it's don't forget about our existing manufacturing base. They have been towing the line for decades, very critical. The second one, I went this whole talk without saying the word red tape. It was said enough today. But with respect to manufacturing, many of our owners are also operators, and we can't underestimate the importance and the power of keeping the entrepreneurial spirit alive. And the more that owners are saddled with having to deal with external pressures, external forces, red tape, it stifles creativity, it stifles innovation. And we need to allow those brilliant minds to continue to do what they do best. It's lock themselves in a room and throw stuff at the wall and come out with incredible advancements in the manufacturing sector. So if there's one thing we can do, it's to help those owners be able to continue to do that.
Thank you. The last word.
The first word and the last word.
Why
That's
not?
pretty cool.
Love it.
So I guess for me, it's just to call out to all of you to do everything you can to support manufacturers. Everybody in this room sitting at every table, whether it's existing manufacturers that Jordan and I are so passionate about working with, whether it's long-time corporations in Niagara. I'm staring at the Walker sign. We have lots of legacy manufacturers who have been here working for many years. Support your local manufacturers. If you're in media, write about it. If you're in an accountant, work for a manufacturer. We all have a role to play in supporting the manufacturing sector here in Niagara, both for today and for the future. I think it's just the coolest sector. I'm blessed to be able to work with it every day. My panelists, I think I pretty much work with everybody on the panel here, and we solve problems every day for our manufacturers. I look forward to keeping doing it with all of you here.
Well, a wonderful job to these panelists indeed. How about you joining me and giving them applause for their time and thoughts? And as an educator for 21 years at Niagara College, I had to end class on time. Mike, how'd I go? The floor is yours, Mike, and we'll remain seated until he dispenses.
Thank you. Another big hand for our panelists and for Damien for great facilitation today. Thank you so much. So my notes here say try to summarize that panel. That's impossible. But what did we hear? We heard about collaboration. We heard that building IP right here in Niagara is extending our bright future. We heard about the need for workforce development, about new ways to train and meet the skills challenges. We heard stay humble and stay hungry. We heard the need to move fast. We heard that we're going to change the world. Most importantly, we heard that having physicists on a panel is anything but boring. So now we've covered three key topics today: manufacturing, global connectivity, innovation, and home building. Big topics for sure. We could have talked all day about just these three, and another 10 days on all the other challenges and opportunities in front of us here in Niagara. So we hope we found the discussions insightful and useful. I know I have. But before we move forward, we want to hear your thoughts. So please take a moment to answer our Slido question, which is, which of the summit's themes do you believe will have the most impact on Niagara's economic future? Is this live or is this already the results? I think we've got two results, so I think we'll get from there. But I'll ask a corollary question, which is picking up on something one of our speakers said earlier. What can we do better? So I'll ask everyone to reflect on that and give that feedback directly to Mishka, to Hugo, to Steve Otten, to whoever is involved in the GNCC. But the question really is, I guess, twofold. What can the GNCC do better? But also, and what can we do better to be advocates? But what can the region do better? What can we as actors in the region do better? So it's interesting, 58 responses in the poll, and sustainable housing development is coming to the top. Housing tied to attracting talent. So critical. We heard that from our friends at AK. Thanks for giving me the new name of AK. It's a lot easier to say. But I know that it matters for everyone in the tourism sector. It matters for everyone in so many different places. So housing is certainly coming to there. As we wrap up, before I hand the microphone back to Mishka, I want everyone in the room to give yourselves a round of applause as well. Each of you are significant contributors to the region, to the province, to the country. If you're an entrepreneur, you're building businesses, employing people, providing paychecks. If you're an educational institution, you're contributing to the talent of our region. If you're in government, you're making the tough choices and serving our community. Or if you're a lobbyist like me, you're asked to be the MC, I suppose. So now it's my pleasure to turn the podium back to Mishka, who's the CEO, as you know, of the Greater Niagara Chamber of Commerce, to close us out. Mishka, thank you.
Let's keep the applause going for Michael Rath, who has led us through the last couple of hours and made it so easy for all of us. When we started out in my opening comments, I actually talked about approaching hurdles anew. I talked about possibilities that we dare to envision and transformative solutions. And each and every panel, each and every speaker and partner with us today actually has brought those ones forward. And I can't thank you enough. Our commitment that you have from us to you is that we have taken notes of all that you have said, that we're moving forward with it. We will follow up with you, and we're going to take the ideas that you have and move them forward into actionable steps. You asked us, when we talked about approaching hurdles in you asked us to ask the right questions, defining the problems we are trying to solve, not just moving forward, but defining it. The willingness to decide was a suggestion that someone has made when we talk about red tape. How willing are we to make a decision and to move forward? Placing the customers at the center of all solutions that we make, and be data-driven at all times. And when we talked about possibilities, we dare to maybe envision, consider the opportunities of scale was a suggestion by someone. Large scale to make the economics work for the ideas that we have. Innovative technologies like water storage and the usage of powers were suggested. And transformative solutions that have come forward was the need for diversity in everything that we're looking at, all industries that we're looking at, to apply a few future needs to technologies. But also we were asked, look at the Welland Canal open year-round instead of just 9 to 10 months. What are the opportunities for a fully functioning? What would the possibility look like for a fully functioning airport? And so many more ideas that have come forward. We've taken notes, we've heard you, and we're committed to making a difference. And on that note, before I'm going to pass it back to Phil Davis for some closing comments, I wanted to thank our sponsors, our partners who are by our side: Niagara Economic Development, Brock University, RBC, Niagara College, Walker Industries, Oakview Group, Niagara Association of Realtors, Civic Connect, FedCap Canada, Hatch, Hopper, Innovate, Niagara, KPMG, Crown Electric, MNP, Niagara Peninsula Energy, Parithra, TD Commercial Banking, University of Niagara Falls, and YMCA of Niagara, and not to mention Bell Media, 610 CKDB, and Move 105.7, Giant Shoe, Soundbox, and UTV. You're extraordinary partners. We're all in this together, and you give us a chance to be here with you. So thank you. And on that note, it is my privilege to ask Phil Davis to come forward one more time to close today's Niagara Economic Summit. Phil?